Hello, and welcome to the finals of the fourth Intercontinental Online Chess Championship for Prisoners, which is part of the FIDE Chess for Freedom initiative. I'm International Master Michael Rahal, and I'm super proud and super excited to be joined by Woman Grandmaster from Romania, from France, Romania, Andreea Navrotescu. Andreea, how are you doing this morning?
Good. Hello, everyone. Hi, Michael. Very glad to be here with you.
Are you excited to commentate the games of these interesting matches we have today?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. As a matter of fact, it is the matches for the third place in the three sections, if I'm not mistaken, right?
That is right. We have a packed schedule with none less than three interesting matches this morning, with four players in each team from each of the prisons, two return matches playing 10+5 playing rate, and then we go to the Blitz games and the Armageddon if needed be. So we have the three matches are, we play for the third place award in the men's section. There, India and Serbia will face off for the third place, but also India and Serbia also face off for the third place in the youth section, which is quite unbelievable. And if this was not enough, India is playing again, this time with Romania in the women's section. What do you think of this incredible qualifying stage for the three India teams?
Well, yeah, absolutely. India has put up a great fight, if I'm not mistaken. And of course, that proves that they have a very strong chess culture, and they have managed to implement very good programs. In fact, in prisons, as we were talking, I remember the day I commented on the group stages, and we were talking to Dr. Das from Indian Oil, and he was telling everything that companies were able to do to implement chess in prisons, and as they were doing it in India. So that clearly is a very good show of India's big interest in chess, especially in chess in prisons.
They have a huge potential. So many people playing chess there. Olympiad winners both in men's and in open and in women, and also now Gukesh playing for the world finals against Ding Linen. So it's going to be unbelievable. So before we start with the commentary, we'd like to see a few three videos. First of all, we'll have a pre-recorded video by FIDE President Arkady Vorkovich giving the warm welcome to the tournament.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed participants, dear chess friends, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to the fourth FIDE Intercontinental Online Chess Championship for Prisoners, a remarkable sports event showing the power of chess in helping to transform people. Thanks to the Chess for Freedom initiative, we were able to extend this opportunity to individuals in correctional facilities across the globe to engage in meaningful competition and work on building their character and personalities. Over the years, I have heard many stories from those who have taken part in the event about how chess helped to improve their critical thinking, emotional well-being, and enhance their social skills, something which is important for their future life, helping them to find a better place in the world. This year, we are proud to see the championship grow further, with participation from 115 teams representing more than 50 countries, including new entries from Paraguay, Singapore, Eswatini, Lithuania, Namibia, British Virgin Islands, Iceland, and Kenya. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the Cook County Sheriff's Office, Chess.com, everyone in FIDE, and many dedicated arbiters and team members, including Chief Arbiter Neboj Shabaralic and his team, for making this championship possible. Your commitment to the initiative highlights the critical role projects such as this one playing rehabilitation and reintegration. I wish you all the best of luck in the event. Most importantly, I wish that through chess, you will find the tools to help you become better and live better lives. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you very much, Arkady, for your nice wishes. And now we shall introduce Dana Riznitsi-Ozola, who is the Deputy Chair of FIDE Management Board and as well as a volunteer in the Latvian Prisons Project.
Greetings from Latvia. Another autumn, another intercontinental online chess championship for prisoners is on. We here in Latvia say that autumn is the time when you reap the harvest, reap the fruits of the whole year. So I believe that this is the same with the Intercontinental Championship, because all the year round, I believe many already since the last tournament finished have been working hard, training, preparing for this very day, for this very competition, to show the best, to show the team spirit, to show the fighting abilities, to show the fair play, to show the ability to represent your institution, your country in this worldwide event. Let's have a lot of fun. Let's have a lot of chess. Let's enjoy and let the strongest and the most motivated win.
Thanks, Dana. What a wonderful background you have in the video. It makes me jealous already sitting here. And now our final pre-recorded video with Andrei Vogtelid, chair of the FIDE Social Commission and also the Swiss Chess Federation president.
Dear colleagues, dear participants, dear prison administrations, I greet you here from the border from Switzerland to Italy on 2,500 meters. A border who has no border control anymore, is in the Schengen space, and I think it's a wonderful metaphor for our Intercontinental Online Chess Championship for prisoners beyond countries, beyond continents. And it's very important for me to greet you and the organizational team and to thank you for your participation and your engagement. I wish you all the best these 3 days, and I would like also to announce you that we will have a social chess year 2025, where we will have not only prisons but refugee camps, slums, clinics with addicts, with autists, and much more social groups playing and celebrating this huge chess tool, social tool, who has unique benefits for all of us. And I would like to invite you to join this event, this movement, and to be in contact with my team, who will also be inviting you to all these events. Have a great time and thank you very much. Goodbye.
Thank you very much, Andre, for your very kind wishes. Now, what I suggest we do, Michael, if you agree, is we dive deep into the games already.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see these games.
Right, so ladies first, as in the Romania vs India match for the 3rd place. And here we have Romania versus India, yes, in the women's section, and 4 boards in the India versus Romania. Right. So this game looks like it's already deep into the endgame almost. Like,
Yeah.
no queens on the board. I see, if we count the material, 1 pawn up for black. Perhaps the king is a little bit in danger, even if it's the ending. Then yeah, I would still not get so adventurous with my own king over there, but yeah, they must know what they're doing, right?
Yeah. I was you were commentating on the first round as well. Oh, there's just been a big blunder. That was a big blunder. I wasn't expecting this, because I thought that in the finals the level of play will be quite high, because the better teams are prevailing. But here I think White just missed that his bishop was pinned.
Yep, absolutely.
And
When
now theoretically black is going to win, but as we know and we've seen in the previous games, you just never know. You just never know. They're really
Yeah.
nervous. I mean, they're concentrated, but at the same time, they're representing their prison and their country, and nerves can play a huge factor. So we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, absolutely. As some of the volunteers and some of the workers, as namely Gulmira and Bachimik were saying, it's literally they are preparing this whole year for this one particular moment. I mean, it must be really, really, really stressful. And yeah, I mean, I can't believe, like me as a professional chess player, I'm not even sure I'm doing the same thing for one particular tournament, you know? So like this, I can't even believe what they're going through.
And also, they put the whole prison on their shoulders, because last year I talked, and the year before I talked to a couple of the inmates while they were during the games, and they were telling me that for them it's a huge honor, and the rest of the inmates are asking them after and before, "Hey, did you win? Did our prison win? You know, imagine that. Now, did our prison win the? You know, did we defeat? Because they talk about this all the year, so it's a big pressure. Yeah." Yeah.
All right, let's see maybe the second board of this Romania versus India match.
We'll probably go to black, but let's wait. Let's see the second one.
All right. So here it looks like it's turning into the favor of Romania. Even if, I mean, for now there's not a huge unbalance. I mean, except that, okay, there's these two pawns that are indeed in white's favor. But other than that, it seems like a pretty balanced game.
Yeah, if you take the two, I think the white has just probably captured the pawn on f5. I may be mistaken, but it looks that the knight might have jumped from d4 to f5. Oh, it wasn't with the capture though.
But that's a very good move though, because it's going to be attacking, it's going to be threatening this fork.
And also to try and exchange queens. I think that if white exchanged queens, then I think things will be a bit easier for because black has all those pieces on the king side. Shouldn't go anywhere, but you know, we never know when there's many pieces near your king. You have to be very careful. So yeah, that and now I think he will do the check on e7. Yeah, I'd be very surprised. Look, it's so this the second board of Romania, tactically very alert.
Nice.
Yeah.
And the rook
or the d5 pawn. He has to.
Oh yeah, that's true.
You can choose now which one she prefers, because both look very appetizing. I think I rook, but I don't know. We'll see.
All right. So it looks like this one. So okay, so the first one was in favor of India.
Yep.
Second one is in favor, should be in favor of Romania. Oh, she took the pawn. That means that this knight is gonna be hanging.
That's very good, because I think most of us would have captured I would have captured the rook automatically, but he paused to think and made a good choice, which is very good.
Yeah, absolutely. That's actually quite impressive for such a, on paper at least, such a low rated player. That's really good.
You don't expect this sort of finesse. Now you're expecting her to capture the rook, and then she's like, oh, hold on, the pawn is and the knight comes after it. So that's a cool tactic. Yeah.
All right. So this one should go in favor of Romania. So we have a tie for now. And then let's see the third board. Third board of women. Oh, this one is clearly in favor of Romania and should be quite easy to win.
Yeah, this will be a miracle if I mean a stalemate, but this will be nearly impossible. But I did see some stalemates on the first day. Did you notice any stalemates? I saw a few on the first day.
No, I don't think I had them. I had like big turnarounds from completely winning to completely losing, but no, I did not have any stalemates.
Yeah, Charlize and myself, we were following a game that finished in a queen and king against king.
Oh.
And you could feel that the player with the queen knew how to do the checkmate, but was using a technique that was very clumsy with the king and the queen together. And we were thinking, Yeah. And at the end, there was a stalemate. Yeah. So you can't really discount it. You just can't.
Right.
Just can't discount it, especially when they try putting several queens in. Then, but okay, I think as it's the finals, I'm sure that this one will go in Romania's favor. So it's a 2-1 then maybe. What about the
Yep.
last board? Last board will be critical then.
And so last board, it looks like it's also in favor of Romania. So well, let me count the pieces first. So it looks like black is up 2 pieces, and the king. Oh, has the queen just been dropped? Unfortunately, yep.
Yeah. So one will go down. It looks very like Romania will be taking this one down, at least the first match.
Absolutely. Yeah, so the first match, because you were saying, Michael, that there is going to be, so this is the 10+5 time control, so there is going to be 2 matches in this 10+5 time section, right?
That is correct. What I don't know, but if I remember rightly, last year, as soon as the 4th game finished, they would immediately go on to the next round. I don't think they will wait until the other matches are finished, because we're talking about different time areas and different prisons. So we might have a match that goes on a long time, and then other matches that finish earlier. So finish quicker. We've already got 2 games finished, yes. So the 2 games we were mentioning before.
Absolutely. So in the first one, Romania lost to India, which is what we had predicted. And in the third one, Romania won to India still. So yeah, so that's a tie for now, but looks like the 2 remaining boards are in favor of Romania.
Yeah, this is going to be a 3-1, most likely it's going to be a 3-1.
Absolutely. Right, let's try and go. I'm not sure we actually have the men's and the youth section matches. Can you find them?
Yes, I'm going to try. I'm going to check and confirm to you.
Mhm.
Sorry about that. Yeah. So I do see India, Serbia.
Okay, fantastic.
So I think it's inside men's finals.
All right.
Although it's not actually the final, but it's inserted in the men's finals.
Okay, that's why.
Let's see if you can pick it up.
I
Where it says, oh, I have another, instead of all rounds inside games, I have
Yes.
all rounds, and next to it I have another thing that says men's finals, but I don't see it on your screen. That's weird.
Yes.
Maybe it's a bit further down. No. But I'm seeing the games being played now.
Okay.
India beat, Serbia beat.
Well, yes, I think that I will have to go back
Yes.
to the
Yeah, I went out and came in again. And
Okay. So men's final. Okay, yeah, that's good. Nice.
There. Although at least it doesn't seem the game being played on yours, but mine are in progress. Yes, they're in progress. Yes, there you go. They're in progress. Great.
Okay, finally it loaded. All right, so chess.com must be buggy on my side. Huh.
So I'm going to check with you. This is India against Serbia, but I'm going to find out if this, as both in the youth and
Yes.
men's third place, we have India and Serbia. I'm going to confirm if this is the
Youth or men, or yeah, men's section, right?
India 3 Serbia.
So for now, in this game, though, it looks like Serbia is very much in control because of this big boy on g3, the passed pawn that is certainly going to go until the end of the board. And as we have learned in previous broadcasts, when a pawn reaches the end of the board, it is a promotion. So yeah, it looks like this is going to go in Serbia's favor. This match, at least, it seems very much hopeless for India. Right. What about this second board in this India-Serbia encounter? So it looks like once more it will go into Serbia's favor because this king is very, very weak. And unfortunately for black, it is white to move. And I believe that with probably something like queen a6 check, then rook d8, it's going to be a mate in two. And yes, the Serbian player found that.
Nice, very nice, very nice. I'm trying to get the confirmation if we're following the youth or men's match, as both India and Serbia are qualified for both matches. And on the by way of looking at the information we have on the screen, it's unclear to me which match we are going, but we'll try and confirm that now, because of course, as the names of the inmates can't be displayed. Although I do see Bruno from India. That's very
Bruno di India for Italy.
with the Italy flag. That must be some cool joke. But yeah, as they can't display the names of the inmates, obviously for privacy reasons, that's why most of the players are also turned round, mostly in the Zoom videos. We're trying to confirm this data.
So Serbia won this match.
Okay,
Serbia also won this one.
Yeah, this Andrea, the main arbiter, by the way, a big shout out to all the Fair Play team and arbiters team who are giving their own free and spare time to be able to help out with this initiative. We'll be having main arbiter Nebojša Baralik on later on during the day. He confirms to me that this is the men's main third place, and we can select the youth final, choosing the youth playoff and go below. So after we check out this one, we can see the youth in the other section.
Perfect. Wonderful. So it looks like this one too has gone in favor of Serbia, which brings the match points to 2-1, because the last one, Bruno from India
Our friend Bruno
won the game. That we don't, unfortunately. Oh yeah, it appears, but it doesn't appear here. Anyways, looks like the score of the match is for now 2-1 for Serbia men's team.
Yep.
And it looks like, oh yeah, seeing the last game, and it has just been won by Serbia.
It's a wash. So in the men's third place, Serbia takes the lead by 3-1, and we still have the second match to come. Now I'm really curious if Bruno with the Italian flag is an Italian inmate playing in one of the Indian prisons, or it's just because sometimes when we create our chess.com account, sometimes the system gives us a different flag, or we choose a different flag by mistake. India, Italy, one after the other. Maybe they choose the flag by mistake or whatever. So it's a fun thing. Nothing else than that. It's curious. Okay, so 3-1 for Serbia.
Yep, and let's see the results of the youth playoff. Wasn't this supposed to be India, Serbia as well?
Yeah, that's what I've been told, to look in the youth playoff.
Yep.
You can find it there. Are we lucky or it's not there?
Well, I think the matches just went on, but I do not see. Okay, Serbia, India. Okay.
Maybe just below. There you go. There you go.
Yes. All right.
Nice.
Yes. So here, Serbia seems like it is leading in this one. No, never mind. I got the colors confused.
Yep.
Serbia is actually doing much less good than India in this one.
Looks like India's getting a good score. At least it looks like by the scores. Of course, India, we're talking about the youth competition here, which is basically 16 to 18, although in some countries they have some younger kids. I mean, India in kids, even in the main population, they're unbelievably strong. So goes to show that also there must be a big culture even also inside the inmates. Okay, so
Absolutely. So yeah, so this one looks like it's in favor of India because mainly because of this big boy here on e3, another fast pawn that is going to create a lot of problems for white, even though that's the only material unbalance is this pawn, and yet black has a huge advantage because this pawn is going to go straight to the other side of the board.
super strong in that pawn, super strong.
All right, and
We have to wait to see the technique. Yeah.
I see there has been a result in the second board of Serbia-India youth, which has turned in favor of India. So looks like India is really, really dominating in this youth encounter.
I think in the video that's being displayed now alongside our commentary, we can, of course, it's my speculation, but I would say this is the Indian team, and maybe this is actually one of the players. And yeah, he looks strong, focused, and good to go. I mean, you just mentioned these double rooks, this pawn on e3, the two bishops. I would say he's at least a 1900 or 2000 strength player, or maybe
Wow.
maybe even more. I mean, he's playing a tough game. Yeah, good, strong player.
And so in the third board, yeah, India has also won by checkmate. Ooh, that's a king in the center.
Yeah, that is wow. Wow.
So that's 2-0 for India for now. 2-0. That's quite impressive. And looks like in the last board, India is also winning, so they might be clinching this with a 4-0.
Yeah, yeah. I think India is going to take down the third place. By the way, Serbia, if I'm not mistaken, last year was also very strong and taking some of the first awards in the categories. They have very important programs in their prisons, and they've been working heavily for the last 2 or 3 years, every year participating with very good results. So Serbia is one of the powerhouses of Europe in this event and in the Chess for Freedom programs.
Nice. So yeah, let's stick on with the one of the two matches here, perhaps. Let's stay on this one because this one. Wait, no, never mind. This one is really unbalanced because there is a full rook up for white. So it looks like it's gonna be taken down by India quite easily.
Yeah,
so let's return to the first board of India versus Serbia youth. So now on, okay.
Okay, now he's getting the rook for the knight, but of course the bishop with the 3 pawns is still quite dominant. It will be interesting to see how he finishes this one off, and both of them low on time.
Yeah, this might be interesting.
Yep,
actually,
this will be an interesting end game. So it's 2-0 for India, with another game which most likely will go to India. That's the match is won, but of course the Indian player will want to try and win this game with his 3 passed pawns.
Absolutely. But it's not so easy maybe to how to advance. Okay, yeah, I was going to say you need to advance those pawns, otherwise you don't make any progress.
Yeah.
But then, okay, probably like you can advance the pawns until here, but then at some point you will have to maybe put the bishop back and then advance the other pawn. All right, yeah, he does seem like he's got the technique to do this.
Yeah, I think, Andrea, that you're completely correct. He'll try and drop back the bishop, get the 3 pawns connected. But of course, White may consider now sacrificing the rook for the bishop and the pawn. Let's see if he goes for it. It's a bit desperate, but who knows? It might be a... No, he doesn't want to do that. That's the other thing we noticed, that the inmates have an even less propensity to start sacrificing pieces and giving away their big pieces. They like to hold on to their material.
Okay, maybe a rook c3 here to try and at least...
Yeah.
Okay, or rook a4, same idea. Try and at least maybe create the imaginary threat of taking that pawn if the pawn were to be pushed on d4. And black simply pushes this pawn on c3. I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah, he's connected the pawns, and now I think the triangle will just go down the board, and I don't see many options. Okay, he goes for the exchange of rooks. Let's see how this progresses.
Oh yeah, maybe the king wants to go on f3, but
Look at the
it
triangle.
looks like it's
Yeah.
unfortunately a bit too late, right?
It's too late. Now, the black's technique in this position has been quite good. I think quite impressive, actually. I
Absolutely.
definitely would have done it better than this, so, for sure. So,
Absolutely.
so imagine the level of the finals then. If in the 3rd to 4th place we're getting this level, imagine the two teams that have gone through to the finals. We'll be seeing very, very interesting games further on today.
Yeah. Certainly, it will certainly be the case.
So
All right, so rook here. Still doesn't want to push the pawn, huh? Because rook takes pawn, huh?
he wants to make sure he gets at least one of them to the end. So he's playing very carefully. But now I think he'll go for it. Let's see.
Okay, you have to. Yeah, okay. And now you push this one.
Now I think he'll go for it. Yeah, I think so.
Okay, good. Nice.
Now I wonder if he'll play d2 or go for bishop to b4 and then miss the check on c7, which will still be winning. But of course, let's see. He went d3. Now let's see what he does. d2. Now he's going for it. He wants
d2 is very precise.
Yeah. Well, very well played.
And India has indeed won the fourth board.
This will be a wash then, 4-0. It will be a 4-0.
Absolutely.
Every time I see 2 or 3 pawns on e2, d2, and sometimes f2 or c2, I get flashbacks of the La Bourdonnais. I think it was that famous game, 1890 or whenever, Le Bourdonnais, where he put his 3 pawns on the 7th rank after sacrificing some rooks and queens, and I always get that sort of
yeah.
that, and I've never done it myself. Have you had that opportunity?
Yes, I actually had
Really?
very recently.
Oh, that's unbelievable to get 2 pawns. I think sometimes I've got 2 pawns to the 7th, but I don't recall ever having 3 pawns on the 7th. That's
No, not 3. It was 2 for me as well.
2 sometimes. Every now and then I've had that option. Yeah, but 3. Wow, 3 is unbelievable. He actually got 3 in this game, although to the 6th. So
yeah, absolutely.
Quite impressive.
Right. So here, don't be tempted. Oh, h5. Wow, this is very precise as well.
Very nice. Very nice.
So king h6, and now, yeah.
Go around the back here. Queen g4.
h5, the idea will be queen g4 indeed, and then king here, and then rook down, and the king is going to be cornered.
There you go. Well spotted, Andrea. There's go rook to e2 and game over. Nice. Very nice. Very nice.
Yes, today it seems like I'm a bit better at predicting the moves of the inmates.
In your defense, first of all, you're a brilliant player. In your defense, the other day was 6 in the morning. So at that time, we're all sort of like hazy, you know? Okay, so that was a 4-0.
4-0. Wow, that was a big one. That was a big one.
You can come back from a 4-0, but it's very, very difficult. It's very,
absolutely. Right. So let's see if there are some the comeback matches from the women's that have been played yet. No. It looks like
Maybe they haven't started the second match, or they finished it while we were watching the other one.
Yes, it's what I'm trying to figure out, but it looks like, I mean, we only have the 4 games here.
Oh, they finished 2-2? I thought this was going to be a win.
Yeah, this was supposed to be a 3-1, right, for Romania?
That's what I thought. So what happened? Let's go over the matches and try and remember which one turned around.
Okay, so this one. Oh yes, it's this one. It's this one actually.
Wow, this one had a turnaround.
Yeah.
Oh, she didn't capture the rook, so she went for. We were giving this one as a win, and what happened?
Yeah.
Queen
Oh
eight.
my God. Oh, can you see it coming?
I can see. I can see.
Right, so queen check. For now it's all good because it's a check. King here, and now that's still a check. Okay, we're still good. King d8, and now, okay, now we're still good.
Upping the mate, but Queen F2 would threaten the mate again. What did she play?
A bishop g4, okay.
Oh, this is a nice one. Okay, nice.
Rook check, okay. Queen check, okay, we're still perfectly good.
Be winning still, yes.
Okay,
Ooh,
bishop e3.
this one, no check, and also blocking the square to g3. So this is already a dangerous move.
Absolutely. Bishop e6, and now I
And the
suppose.
queen. And now threatening.
Oh,
There you go.
queen f5 is really weird though.
Yeah. Well, actually, is the queen trapped?
The queen looks like it's trapped,
Yeah,
yeah.
but she could have played bishop takes c5 and then queen c7 or
Absolutely.
something like that. Yeah. This looks like a nervous moment, and yeah.
Yeah, because white. Okay, maybe white had some time to think actually, because she only took 4 seconds to.
I imagine she saw that she was losing her queen, and also the checkmate on g3. Maybe she wanted to play queen takes rook, and there was a mouse slip or something.
Uh-huh.
Who knows? Who knows?
Oh yeah, that's also possible. You're right, Michael. Yeah. Okay.
I'm just speculating. Of course, we don't know, but it might be some sort of mouse slip or just nerves. Yeah.
So queen f5 looks like indeed it is unfortunately losing a completely winning game.
Yeah. Check
Queen
and mate. You
check
never know.
and checkmate.
That's chess. That's chess for you. You never know. That's chess for you. So 2-2, and it seems they haven't started the rematch yet. So we may indeed be waiting for an official starting time for the second match.
Absolutely. Let's see if the men's have started their second match. So in the men's, was it the men's? Yes, men's finals. So it was Serbia versus India, and oh yes, it has started.
Could you confirm to me the result of the?
Yes, absolutely. So okay, how do I?
No,
Yes, so the previous match was
2.5, 1.5 for Serbia.
Absolutely. 2.5, 1.5 for Serbia. Yes.
Okay. So now we have a perspective on the second match, because of course the youth seems practically done with a 4-0. But the other two matches, 2-2 and 2.5, 1.5, is everything to be played for it still. Yep.
Absolutely. Especially, I think someone saved a draw here in one of the matches, because we were predicting 3-1, I think, for Serbia.
Yep. Yeah.
Right. So what is this one? So here it looks like it's a French opening, but with this bishop e5, that's a bit weird. Right. So bishop e5, my problem with this move is that really the bishop normally fits much more on d3 rather than on b5, because the bishop is actually a very powerful piece because it's going to be on the opposite color of the center.
Hmm.
In general, we say good bishop, bad bishop, although this concept can be, of course, transgressed by very strong players. But in general, sorry for the works here outside my window. So in general, yeah, this bishop belongs on d3 because it's a good bishop, because it's opposite the color of the pawns in the center.
I completely agree. I completely agree.
So that's why queen f5 check. Black thoughts. Okay, maybe if I'm not winning a piece, at least let's test white's defense. And indeed, white found the only move not to lose a piece. So pawn takes d4, knight takes d4, bishop d7, and now castle. Okay, and now it looks a bit more normal.
Mhm.
Although I'm not really a super fan of taking this knight with black on d4, because then, and I assume that's what's happened, bishop takes d7 with the check.
Yeah.
And now the king is not going to be able to castle anymore.
Yep. Yeah.
It's gonna stay in the center for the rest of the game. And now, okay, rook e1, knight c6, queen f4. Right. Although this should be in white's favor because of like the static advantage of the king in the center. The center is still closed, so it's not yet completely a completely like super visible advantage, in fact.
Not a disaster. I agree with you. I agree with you. I agree with you. It's still open to. I wonder if black in a few moves will want to try and castle and see that the king doesn't, the computer doesn't respond. No. So years ago, I had a friend who would say, when we were playing blitz games, he would say, Michael, always give checks, always checks, because one day it will be checkmate. That was his theory. He said, just keep dealing checks, and then at some point it will be checkmate, and you've won. And I thought, that's a good one.
advice, right?
Very good. Just give checks. I mean, you never know when it could be checkmate. And actually, for young kids, I installed this idea in them at the end of the game, so to avoid stalemates. I said, just keep giving checks. Don't stop giving checks, because that way you'll always be playing first. You'll always have the move, and also maybe the other player will say, "Oh, I can't move now. Okay, checkmate." But it's quite good advice. Just check.
Absolutely.
As you well know. Yeah. So
Right,
yeah.
so this pawn on it, I quite like what white is doing here, because okay, like the queen on g3 prevents this bishop from moving. Yeah, this pawn on a4 was controlling this b5 square. I quite like what white's been doing actually. Okay, f4, g6. Oh, that's a big one. That's a big one, unfortunately. That's a big one.
Is he going to get hit by d4 now?
Yes. Oh, no.
He missed it, or he didn't think he had enough pieces to protect it. Sometimes you just don't go for it, yeah. But
yeah, absolutely. d4 would have been protected by 2 pieces and attacked by 2 pieces. But if you're the one to start the taking, then you've got 1 less defender. So yeah. Okay. So knight 92. Okay, castle by hand. This is some, honestly, like this game is really of good quality so far. Okay, except the d4 miss, but otherwise they are playing according to opening principles and stuff. Like it's quite good. It's quite good. So king g7, b4, attacking the queen, queen c7, and b5. Now white is taking the initiative here, and I quite like what white is doing. Knight d4, bishop c5. Okay, now there should be something. Bishop c5, F5 is a very good move. Right. Bishop takes and F6 check. Okay.
The computer gives a mistake, but I would definitely have done this move as well.
Yeah, F6 check looks so
More than
natural.
okay. More than okay. These automatic exclamation and interrogation signs of chess computer, sometimes in general they're okay and they're useful, but sometimes they can be slightly misleading because it's all based on the computer algorithm, and expert players would normally just stick in the check here.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I think actually White, I think he might be turning the game around now. Black missed his chance to win a piece, and now I would actually, I'm sure you would prefer also the position of White here.
That's certainly true.
There we go. There we go. Although that knight does hold about the position for Black slightly.
Yes, for now this one is a very good piece, but then the king here is a bit awkward. So okay, so H5, all right. Rook B1 and rook takes. Okay. Yeah. White is doubling the rooks to target the B7 now weak pawn. I think this is a very good strategy. And so, as we usually say, in order for one to win the game, you don't need only one weakness, you need two weaknesses.
Yes.
So perhaps this B7 pawn is the one weakness, and I suppose White could get and try and do something on the king side against this king. So the king would be the second weakness, which normally should prove that White can actually win this game.
I agree. It should be enough. It should be enough, but it's not going to be easy to find the path to victory. It's not going to be easy. But you know, Andrea, in this position, the thing is that Black's king can never find a safe haven to be able to, for example, if he goes to H7 and then we can sort of communicate the rooks, that would be more or less okay. But then the queen will go to G5 and there'll be a checkmate. So if the king can't find a safe place to stay, it's so difficult to be able to coordinate many moves under pressure. So I have the feeling that at some point White will find a way to crash in. I'm not sure how, but I think he'll find a way. How would you do it if you were with White here? Do you see any idea?
Okay, for now I don't see anything concrete, but I think with White you just might wait around and eventually Black will get bored and make a mistake. That's my take on it.
Yeah, wait for an opportunity, and this happens. You move around, king to H2, bishop to C1, maybe queen to F3, and at some point you could play rook takes C4. Just sort of move around, and as you say, I think Black wants to put his king on D7, and then bring the rook over. So I would actually, yes, bishop F4 I think is quite good, because now if the rook crosses, he can go with the queen to G5 and try and. But I would for sure play king to H2 at some point. That's a move I would play for sure. We'll see. We'll see. This is an interesting one.
Okay, queen to 6.
Apparently this is a mistake, although I don't see why.
Yeah, I entirely agree.
Now he's piling up on the B6 pawn. Black is defending. Okay.
And queen D3. Okay. Yeah.
Around.
It's all right. Like nothing. I mean, yeah, the computer says that all these moves are mistakes, but nothing concrete is happening.
No. It's okay. It's okay. But now Black is more or less a safer position now. So
yeah, absolutely.
Maybe he's turning around the game. Now you have to play queen to B3. Yes. Queen to
C7. Looks like Black has managed to somehow solidify his position.
I don't like queen to A2, queen to B3. Ooh.
Yeah, but what to do, right?
Yeah. Now,
okay. Rook A5.
Now queen to B4. Now
queen to B4
go
is
to
nice.
F8 and C7. Now it's tricky.
Yeah. Now it should be again in the driver's seat for White.
Oh, Did he just drop a piece? Oh no, he didn't. No.
No.
That's what he might do.
Okay. Yeah, Queen C7 is a very good defending move and the only move, so that's quite good. And okay, Rook 8. But what could avoid
No, I'm not sure, but
pawn here?
maybe we need to bring the bishop in somehow.
I was thinking, okay, no, I was thinking of this one, and
Oh,
but it's like Rook can take, so it doesn't
yeah,
work.
some e6. But now, for example, Rook H, King to H2, and if he drops back, then maybe you can stick in some.
Ah,
But who
yeah,
knows? It's
you're
tricky.
right.
Or,
You're
or
right.
maybe G3 to have the bishop protected in these very.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
never know. You never know. So how did the game project? They're going super fast now.
Yeah, they are going super fast, although they seem to have plenty of time, but they are still going super fast. Okay, King C6, King F1. Oh, and now exchange of queens.
Now, if they exchange queens, now I'm putting my money on black if the queens get off the board.
I totally agree.
Because the bishop now has no real focus to attack, and the knight on c4 in an ending could prove to be better. So well done, the Indian player defending.
He had very solid nerves, honestly.
Very good, very good.
Okay, and bishop d2. Yeah, okay. This seems, oh, b5. Okay, and this seems like, okay, I will still take the black pieces here. Perhaps it's a draw, but you're only playing for 2 results here.
Yeah. There is a chance of popping in with the king to g7. So I think 3 results may be still possible here. Of course, if they play well, then not. But at this level, I still think anything could happen in this ending. Yeah,
that's right. You're actually right. Yeah.
I think black's gonna win.
Yeah.
But anything could still happen, but I think black's gonna win because I think it's. Well, I'm not sure, and I'm not sure again. Yeah, the thing is, if he plays bishop f8, h6, f8, c5, and then pushes his king in, he'll lose pawns. But maybe if he picks up the f7 pawn, I don't know. And they're playing so fast as well. It's because
they are playing super fast.
Playing like
super fast. They have done like 1,000 moves in the last 30 seconds.
I know the Indian players, usually play very fast and very strong. Oh, this is a tricky one.
Oh.
He captures g3. Okay, now knight f5. Bishop to e1. But
it
now,
still holds by the skin of the teeth.
but look at that.
It's actually a very accurate game from both sides. If I'm only referring to the chess.com accuracy score. Yeah, so I suppose the knight is gonna get here. But the thing is, none of the players has really a big time. Oh, wow. Now it's a little bit better for white.
He's going back around the back, but it's a bit confusing, this evaluation, because I suppose that the king can go in, like you say, and black can't really capture anything. Is that the reason why? Will he notice this?
Wow. Because because in this ending, white has played a bit like to save the draw, right? But when you actually have the opportunity to go for more than a draw, then you have to change some kind, like shift your mental state to.
That is true.
To be able.
However, in this case, I don't think he had any other moves than king c3. So the funny thing is, he was forced to find the winning maneuver, not because he might think it's winning, because he didn't have any other way to go. So this is fantastic in chess, actually. Sometimes I explain this to my students, that they can play a good game, miscalculate something, and the other player who knew he was going to lose then finds a win without really meriting it. And this is part of chess, and you have to accept it. You have to, because sometimes it happens to you. But we always remember the times it was bad for us, and we forget sometimes the times it was good for us. Now, this is going to be interesting. A queen ending, it looks like.
A pawn race?
It's winning
Oh.
for white, but now for some reason, capturing the pawn was a mistake. Maybe because there's going to be some checks now.
Let me just see what.
I would
E7
think
is the only winning
king to
move.
E7 to avoid some checks afterward and start checking yourself. Yeah, that's tricky.
Ah.
That's tricky. I would have captured the pawn as well. I mean, in a time scramble.
Yeah, it seems so natural. But king e7 is the only winning move. Wow, that's
I
quite cool.
actually think that the Indian player wants to finish with more time than what he started with, because look, he's going to go over 10 minutes now, I think. It's
But
unbelievable.
this is still anyone's game.
Anyone's game. Anyone's game. Yeah, of course. Anyone's game. Okay, queen and 2 pawns each. I mean, it's equal according to the computers, but anything can happen here. Totally 3 results. But I do think India wants to finish with more than 10 minutes. Look, he's on 9:57. I'll jump over. There you go. Now he's on 10.
This is a match that is taking quite some time, because it seems like this board hasn't finished, but neither have the other 3 boards.
Yeah, they're all fully playing. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is a match that's going to be quite tough.
This was the men's match, yeah, not the youth one.
Yes, this was the men's match, which was led. Oh! Why is this? Oh, queen h2, queen takes h5. Where is it?
And he picks up the queen with the skewer. Wow.
Oh!
Yeah, he saw it. He saw it. Well spotted. Well spotted. Very well spotted. Will he do it? Will he do it? Yes. Yes.
Oh,
Very
nice.
well spotted. Very well spotted. Yeah. Oh, this is breaking for black. Yeah, but there are several checkmates within queen endings. It's not untypical, uncommon to see things like this happen, because you're pushing, and that means putting your king near the other opponent's pawns, and sometimes you get tricked with these positions. Okay, now to make sure there's no stalemate, we'll see. We'll see.
Okay, but Serbian player is supposed to be 1400. Normally, he's acquainted with all of this.
We'll notice it with the technique. If he starts bringing the queen forward by itself and then pushing the king to the corner, all is good. But if he brings the king and the queen next to each other and start doing checks, body checks, then that's when you're a bit worried. Let's see what technique he uses. King e4, that's good. Discovered check. Okay, let's see where he goes now.
Now we should cut the king.
That would be yeah, this is okay as well.
This is very good.
This is very, very okay, actually, because if he now puts the king together, king d3 would be the killer here. Let's see what he does. King e3, fantastic.
King e3.
Yeah, even better. Yeah. Excellent technique. Excellent.
The inmates are more precise than us, huh?
Excellent technique.
Okay, nice.
Did you see how he slowed down at the end there? Did you notice all the game? Queen b3, f3, f4, all over the place. And then when he has to do the bait, he slows down. His team says, calm down, calm down. No,
absolutely.
Because they know they've probably done a lot of stalemates with the queen. So they sort of calm down. Now, you have it. Don't mess it up now. Fantastic. So what do we have here then? 2 wins for Serbia.
Yes, 2 wins for Serbia and what seems like a draw in this one. And so I think actually 2 wins for Serbia. Oh, and the last board seems like it's also winning for Serbia. So I think,
and also Serbia won the other match 2.5 to 1.5.
Absolutely.
So I think that even if India was able to win the 2 games, which seems unlikely, Serbia would still win the overall match.
Absolutely.
So looking very, very good.
So I propose we do one last tour of, just look at the results in the women's and youth sections, and then I think would be done for today.
I agree, because this match is basically over. Yeah. Well, let's see. Romania, India, and the women's was very interesting because they had 2-2 before.
Women's playoff. Yes, the match 2. Right. So here, okay, so let me see what we have. So all the results are in. India won on the first board, Romania on the second, India on the third, Romania on the fourth. Oh, they're going to.
Well, this looks like then we have a tie break here. Yes.
Yeah, we will have a 3+2 rematch up.
3+2 tie break, double round. So that will be fun. So let's jump to the youth playoff and see
And
how
the youth playoff here. Okay.
there was a
yes,
4-0 in the first round.
4-0, and now another 4-0. Okay.
Oh, yeah. So clearly the Indian team has proved a huge, I'd even say, superiority over the Serbian team in the youth category, and they'll clinch the third place.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
So wins. So I think we have to drop back to the Serbia match to see how that one finishes.
Yeah, absolutely.
And expect to see the maybe the second half of the Romania-India playoff. That would be cool.
Okay. Here, so okay. Yeah, maybe we have to actually close up the streamer. It's quite entertaining to watch, but I think I just want to mention that there has been a very quick draw by agreement here.
Oh, they learn fast. They learn fast.
All right. Yeah. So okay, so here, yes. So here in the men's section, yes, the men's section, Serbia has indeed won the match because Serbia are leading 2.5 once more.
Yeah.
2.5 once more, and so there's one last match left,
And
which is
also looking good for Serbia with the
absolutely.
extra knights.
Absolutely.
Let's stay here for a minute,
Yep.
and then I'm consulting with the team how we're going to deal with the tie break.
Mm-hmm.
And but this might finish soon. Let's see if he's able to finish off the checkmate. Let's see where the king goes now. I would go to the queen side. Oh, he went to the king side. That leaves less options now.
Yeah. Okay, I don't know if we actually probably if we put the knight here right away, then okay, you have to make sure. I was gonna say you have to make sure White had plenty of time.
Yeah, there's a couple of things. Maybe some g4. Let's see if he can escape from the perpetual now.
Exactly.
Maybe he can. Maybe he can. I'm not totally sure, but maybe he can.
Here and on g4.
And then maybe block with f4. Maybe he can escape. So
yeah.
If that is the case, then this looks very grim for black. There's a check on c4. You play f4. There's a check on e2. Maybe king g5. And I think it's basically game over.
Absolutely.
Let's see where he goes. Now, how can he stop the mate on g7? Looks very grim. Very grim. Good technique by White there.
Very good technique.
Now, if he calculated that there was no perpetual so fast, that's impressive. Maybe he just sort of had the intuition that his king could escape, which is also very good. Because very good. And this was the Serbian player on the fourth board.
Yeah.
And now Bruno from India will probably let his time run out. I mean, he has 13 seconds left, so. And then we'll jump over to the women's section and see if we get some of these games from the tiebreak. Yeah. So Serbia wins by 3.5. Would that be correct?
Yes.
And takes down the men's. So Serbia took down the men's third place, and India won the youth third place. So one apiece, which is cool.
All right, so let's check if the women's tie breaks games have actually started or not.
Let's see. They
Let's
do have to
see.
do the configuration of the 3+2 and
Yeah.
send out the
Right, so it seems like the matches have not started yet.
because these games must have been the previous match, yes, because I
Yes.
can see 8 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes. Okay.
So
Okay.
for sure, the 3+2 section has not started yet. I think it shall be on soon, but not quite yet.
So I'm consulting how to proceed now. We might stay here. We might go on a small break, or we might even have a video. We'll be informed now. So what did you think of these matches? What did you think of the level compared with the first day?
Honestly, huge difference. Like especially when we talk about endgame technique. I feel like every single time one of the players got an advantageous endgame with like that was technically winning. They managed to technically win, you know?
Yeah. I would say that's one of the, I would say that was one of the main differences. When they're winning, they normally take it down, except for some weird complications. That's a big difference with respect to the previous. I have to say, Andrea, that it's super important for everyone who's watching the video live now and who will see the video on YouTube later on and follow the broadcast. We're FIDE is totally indebted to the partners and all the people who help out with the Freedom for Chess program in the prisons, in the social commission. Also, of course, chess.com. Without the support of the online platform, this could hardly take place. Also, the Gifted Chef, all the rest of the providers who help out with the computers, with the tablets in the prisons. Of course, as I said before, the arbiters team. There's several arbiters all over the world who are now actually controlling that the fair play is taking place, because Andrea, of course, we're talking about prisons, the computers are there, but there must be a way for the teams to know that the other teams are playing in equality of conditions. There must be a complete fair play, and they're doing this using advanced technology, Zoom, and also chess.com controlling the fair play game. So it's a big team, and we're all on the same page to get this tournament running. And every year there's more prisons. There's 115 prisons with 6 or 7 new countries. So every year, some prisons see the tournament from the year before, and they say, I want to do this. And most of the prisons repeat as well. And then, as you said before, some of the players are practicing all year just to get to today and lead their teams to try and participate and do a good performance. So,
Yeah, absolutely.
have you enjoyed participating this year?
It's quite impressive actually, even to see those when we saw on the Zoom videos of the playing call of the inmates. It's quite impressive to see them like all super focused and all like very determined to represent their prison and their country. It's quite amazing actually. Like I think this is really a great initiative, and as you mentioned, it's this great initiative. Is part of the Chess for Freedom initiative by FIDE, but it also very much involves other people and other organisms which without whom it would be absolutely impossible to organize this kind of event. So we obviously thank them very much, and yeah, we have indeed displayed the list of the people who were to be thanked for this.
Sure. By the way, I'm watching now, or at least I
Yes.
thought I was watching the the 3-2 games that
Oh,
might
nice.
actually have started. So pop over to the India. Yeah,
Nice. I
I
can see
think
them.
they just started. So you can see that the
Okay.
times are really low.
Mm,
Wow. This is going to be fast and furious. Andrea, this will finish super fast, super fast.
nice.
So
That's
Andrea,
so
if I'm
fun.
not mistaken, you live in France. You're French, or are you both countries. What is your? I'm English and Spanish, but I live in Spain. What's your situation?
No, I was born in Romania,
Okay.
and I moved to France when I was 9. So like
Oh, so it's a bit like me. I came to Spain when I was 12, so we're very. But you must be rooting for Romania in this match.
yes, of course. It's still. I mean, I recently played in the Romanian Super League
Exactly.
with my hometown, so that was also quite good. And I feel, yeah, I feel very much something for Romania. Yep, that's for sure.
Oh, so you actually played with the team of your home when you were in Romania, which is the is it one of the is it the capital? Is it
No, no, it's not the
oh,
capital. The city is called Iași. It's
okay,
very
okay,
close to Moldova, and it's in the northeast of the country. It's like
okay.
probably like the second or the third most populated town in Romania. But yeah,
I
uh,
visited 2 years ago. I was in Mamaia
of
where they
course,
did the kids tournament. I was one of the coaches of the Spanish Federation, and we had a wonderful time. It was a bit windy, but it was very nice. It was very nice. I enjoyed my stay in Romania, and I think I would enjoy going back again, but maybe to visit the capital because our plane arrived. They put us in a bus, took us to the beach,
yep,
went back. We had no time to do any visiting. So yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah. Okay, let's go to the games.
yeah. So here it looks like Romania actually reinforced their team.
Really?
Yeah, because okay, now I unless it's a mistake, but now I can see a 1700 player playing.
Oh,
Yeah,
that wasn't there before. You mean?
yeah. I don't think it was there before. Or
Maybe it's the same player, but they just maybe changed the account
okay, yeah.
or maybe, these ratings in chess.com, they're provisional because they're new accounts that are made for the tournament. So
Uh-huh.
sometimes the ratings are going up and down, in this bizarre way because of the provisional rating. Ah, no, now I understand. They changed the playing rate. So they went from the rapid rating to the blitz
Ah,
rating. That's the reason. By changing the playing rate, they give them the rap. Maybe this player has been practicing
a lot in Blitz.
with this account. Now that's the reason, of course. That's why they play so fast. They're practicing with these accounts, blitz games, so they have higher blitz ratings. And then when the rapid rating comes in, it's lower because they haven't played many games with it. Now I'm
Mm.
understanding. Yeah, it
So it
must be
looks
this. I
like
think
the
it must.
Romanian player really got super clean win over
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
Indian player.
Look, this is the famous Kramnik mate, the queen on h7 with the knight on f8. You know the story behind this mate?
No.
Kramnik played with one of the computers in Bahrain many years ago, and in one of the games, the computer had the knight on f8, and he missed that the queen on c2 could mate him on h7, and he was mated. Yeah, yeah, because you don't normally see this checkmate with the knight on f8. You normally have it on g5 or f6, but having the knight on f8, he just missed that the pattern was still there. Yeah, yeah, he was mated.
Oh
Yeah,
my
Kramnik was
God.
mated. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was a fun story. 2004, I think it was 2005. Yeah.
So that's
It,
quite cool that disappeared in this game, huh?
because you can miss this sort of mate. Not the move before, but when you're calculating a few moves, he was calculating a sequence where he was promoting, and the knight of the other guy was just moving around, and got to, well, the other guy, I know it was the computer, and got to f8, capturing a rook. It was protected, and then queen a7 was made, and he missed it. Yeah, it's a
All
funny
right.
one.
So yeah, so in this one, so Romanian women prevailed on board 1, and then on second board looks like Romanian women team prevailed as well.
Yep, yep.
That brings the score to 2-0. And on the last board, Romania.
Another mate by Romania, 3-0. So they're bringing their strength in the blitz portion of the match.
Yeah, absolutely. So 3-0 for now. And wow, and Romania is winning in the last portion, in the last game of the match as well.
Wow, this is a win. I think she's lost on time, but I mean G5 and Rook H4. But I think she lost on time. So maybe Romania has done a 4-0 here. Wow, that's impressive.
Oh, it's already starting again.
Yeah,
Actually.
that was a win for Romania on fourth board, I think.
Yeah, all right. So 4-0. Wow, what happened here?
Oh, wait, maybe.
They're starting again. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so it was 4-0.
Yeah.
4-0. Well, okay. Unless India is able to make a huge comeback, this is going to your home country, Andrea. This is going to be a wash for Romania. Okay, so let's see this one.
This is a weird French with the knight on c6. Oh, queen takes d5. All right. Was not expecting it, but
I didn't expect that, but okay. Okay, bring your queen out. Start capturing things. They do like to bring their queen out early. I noticed in the inmates. It's something they like to do. It's the powerful piece, so they bring it out and start attacking.
All right. So be careful of this because the bishop is attacked, and if for example the bishop were to go back, then the queen would have been behind. But good. Bishop takes knight was played, and now. Oh, I quite like this knight a5 move. Perhaps to come on the c4 square. This is very principled play.
He's going for the blockade. So let's see what white will do. Of course, with 3 minutes, you can't really think too much because...
Yeah.
Well, except for the player from India who was trying to go over the 10-minute mark before. He's very happy with the 3-minute game. Okay, knight to c4. Do you think he'll swap off the knight or let the exchange?
Queen
e2.
yeah,
Okay.
Queen e2 seems a bit better for me.
Yeah.
Than to actually take on c4. So I quite like what the Indian player is doing here.
Now he might protect the knight with the pawn, but he decided to swap off the bishop.
And now I think both takes are good. Both captures are good, either with the queen or the pawn. But okay, probably with the queen is more. I would have preferred indeed with the queen, but okay, computer tells me wrong, of course, as usual. So okay, queen a5 attacking this pawn. Maybe we can go castle and setting the trap that
a devious trap. But he prefer. I would have castled for sure. You never know. They pick up the pawn, thinking it's so good, and then you deliver the hammer there. Okay, so yeah, castle probably, and position is balanced. But I generally like these positions with white if I can get some sort of attack going. But we'll see. C5 is quite good. No, definitely the Romanian woman in this game is playing very well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
And they have been training in Blitz mostly. Now we can see
most likely
all the ratings of the Romanian women are.
But it makes sense, Andrea, because they probably don't have as much time during the week to be able to use the computers to practice. Maybe they only have an hour or 2 hours a day or even less. So it makes sense that when they go,
big blunder.
Trick. She could have played bishop takes a7, yes, but now it's not possible. So maybe when they do go to play, it makes sense that they will play fast games, maybe between themselves or with other players, than 10 to 15 minutes games. It makes sense.
Absolutely. So that's why the elos even of the whole Romanian team have changed.
Yep. Yep.
But this is quite a balanced game actually. Like they have been mistakes on both sides. This is quite a very balanced game. The first game was completely one-sided, I think, but this one was much more balanced.
I'm slightly worried of the time White is taking to play the moves. Slightly slower than really she should need to be now, because I mean, you go under 30 seconds in a 3-2 game, and unless you're very experienced, then it's tricky to make good decisions. Let's see, rook e1 maybe now, or drop back with the queen and put the knight on e5. Let's see how. Bishop to e4. Okay, hitting the rook, allowing the exchange.
And now bishop e7 with the gain of a tempo.
Yeah, now black's position, I would say it's preferable. Do you agree, Andre? Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And now you take, oh, no, okay. Threatening mate. Okay, mate has been avoided.
Well done, yep. Rook c8 seems natural. Let's see if he plays rook c8.
And you can still take this knight and double the pawns in front of the king. I really like to do that.
I didn't notice. I would have played bishop takes knight. I agree.
Yeah, yeah. Okay,
and she did
nice.
it. Yeah. She did it, and look at that wonderful pawn structure of White. That's you really can't defend this sort of pawn structure unless you have a really strong attack going, and this is not the case. So now the pawns are going to be.
By the way, this was like symmetrical in the imperfection.
Yeah.
Okay, so White is trying to bring some rook into the game, maybe, but yeah, it's okay. Rook c8 is a bit weird because why would you want to remove your rook from the?
Also, if you think your opponent's playing rook e3, you leave your rook on d8 and mate him on d1 and h1 with the queen on f3.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, but they're playing fast games. I mean, see,
Yeah.
they have 10 seconds left. It's really tricky now. Really tricky. But he's going for the mates.
Oh, has been seen.
Make sure nothing happens to me.
Yeah. Oh, but Indian player must be really, really nervous right now. Only 8 seconds left. And since this is 3+2, you can't really go that high. Oh, queen d2 maybe to, oh, queen e5 also threatened. Oh, that was a really nice one by the Romanian player. Now this queen e4 check, that's gonna be exchanging the queens, and this has been a resign by the Indian player. Yeah, that's very good. That's very good. All right, so
very impressive. Yeah.
Here in the fourth match, so Romania won 3-1, which makes the total score of Romania, which brings the total score of Romania to 7.
So 7-1 maybe?
Yep, 7-1.
That leaves it with Romania taking the third place in the women's category. So yeah, looks like most of the games is finished. All of the games are finished, I'd say. So I think we have a promo video, and then we can give out our own. We're not giving out the awards, but we can finally announce the winners. And first, we'll go to a video of the sheriff of Cook County, USA, Tom Dutt, who the Cook County institution was the driving force of the start of the Chess for Freedom program in USA.
Hi, I'm Cook County Sheriff Tom Dart. We may be the second largest sheriff's office in the United States, but we have the largest jail chess program in the nation and one of the largest in the world. This is the 100th anniversary of the International Chess Foundation, FIDE. We're very proud of our affiliation with FIDE, as the Cook County Jail hosted the first online international chess competition for incarcerated individuals in 2013. Over the last decade, scores of individuals in our custody have flocked to these competitions as a diversion from the incarceration experience. And as you might expect, the results are eye-opening. Studies show that chess is incredibly helpful in developing critical thinking, intellectual confidence, and fosters healthy camaraderie in young adults. Chess instills qualities such as patience, strategy, and critical thinking, which will serve these men well as they re-enter society looking to avoid the triggers that landed them in the criminal justice system in the first place. On another note, chess also teaches how to lose gracefully, something that we all need to learn. These skills collectively are essential for gaining self-respect. Self-respect is required if you are going to make headway in this world. Congratulations to FIDE on their milestone and to our program's volunteers for offering a second chance, one move at a time.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sheriff Tom Dart from Chicago, with whom literally this whole project started in 2021. Very, very nice to have him here with us, at least on video. Right, so now we shall announce the final results, and then we'll leave it there with the video of the social year in chess. So here, so in this third place matches that were taking part in the men's, women's, and youth categories. So in the men's category between Serbia and India, Serbia clinched the bronze medal because they prevailed over India. And in the women's section, in the encounter between India and Romania, Romania prevailed in the tie breaks of the 3+2 section of the whole match, because it was a tie in the rapid section, so they had to go to tie breaks, which was quite exciting.
Very exciting, yeah.
So Romania took the third place, so the bronze medal in the women's section, and in the youth section, it was a really low. It was simply decided very efficiently, as we can say, because India prevailed over Serbia with the huge score of 8-0. And there were only 8 matches and 8-0. Very clean, very neat. No questions asked. Super clean. So yeah, Serbia, Romania, and India are the winners of the bronze medals of this year's 4th Intercontinental Championship for prisoners, which was an initiative by FIDE program Chess for Freedom.
Thank you, Andrea. And there you go, the three winners of the third place this afternoon at 3 p.m. and 4 p.m. CST. We have the finals, and for now we'll leave you all with the final promo video of the Year of Social Chess. In you go, Andrea. Thanks a lot. See you soon.
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection, and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change, from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we're mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The year of social chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
Hi, welcome to the fourth FIDE Intercontinental Chess Championships for prisoners. I'm Charlize Van Sale, and we have co-host here.
And I'm Michael. How are you doing, Charlize?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. We had a really nice event this morning, and now excited to see the finals.
Yes, we're going into finals for the youth and the open today. Starting with the youth, we have India versus Ecuador. And India's been doing really well this tournament, Michael. They had 3 teams this morning.
Yeah, unbelievable. I mean, they're a powerhouse in the global chess tournaments with 2 Olympiad wins, with Gukesh playing for the World Championship, but also in the Indian prisons, there's a lot of different chess programs. And as you were saying, this morning, 3 Indian teams in the 3 different categories played for the 3rd and 4th place with the following results. In the youth category, India 2 defeated Serbia with an outstanding 8-0 score. They took 3rd place, which would be equivalent to the bronze medal. Whereas in the women's category, it was Romania who defeated India, but it was really close because they tied 2-2 in 2 double matches. They had to go to the tie breaks, and there Romania prevailed by 4-0. So Romania took 3rd place in the women's category. And finally, in the men's category, the biggest group that we have, Serbia took down the final by defeating, again, India by 2.5, 1.5, and then 3.5 to half. So Serbia was a clear winner in the men's group. But yeah, India with three teams in the last 4 of each of the categories. Unbelievable. Very good.
Yeah, now they're playing for 1st place. And you mentioned a little bit about the format there. The teams, they're 4 boards each. They're playing twice, so 2 games, one with black and white, 10 plus 5. And if that goes into draw, as it did with the women's category, they go into playoffs, which is very scary for any chess player. But now playing on this level, wow.
Yeah, playoffs was super exciting, and you could see that some of the teams had practiced more because Charlize, as soon as they went into the Blitz playoffs, the ratings changed automatically. They went from the rapid ratings, which were significantly lower. They went to the Blitz ratings, and there we could see that Romania, all 4 of the players had very high.
They'd been practicing.
Which suggested that they had been practicing, specifically 3-2. And yeah, you could see that their practice makes perfect, and it went very well for them. Yeah.
Wow, awesome. I'm sure we're going to see some really good quality games today since it is the final. But before we get into it, let's watch our introduction videos by some of our important people, starting with the FIDE president. And then we have a special guest afterwards.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed participants, dear chess friends, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to the 4th FIDE Intercontinental Online Chess Championship for Prisoners, a remarkable sports event showing the power of chess in helping to transform people. Thanks to the Chess for Freedom initiative, we were able to extend this opportunity to individuals in correctional facilities across the globe to engage in meaningful competition and work on building their character and personalities. Over the years, I have heard many stories from those who have taken part in the event about how chess helped to improve their critical thinking, emotional well-being, and enhance their social skills, something which is important for their future life, helping them to find a better place in the world. This year, we are proud to see the championship grow further, with participation from 115 teams representing more than 50 countries, including new entries from Paraguay, Singapore, Eswatini, Lithuania, Namibia, British Virgin Islands, Iceland, and Kenya. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the Cook County Sheriff's Office, Chess.com, everyone in FIDE, and many dedicated arbiters and team members, including Chief Arbiter Neboj Shabaralic and his team, for making this championship possible. Your commitment to the initiative highlights the critical role projects such as this one plane rehabilitation and reintegration. I wish you all the best of luck in the event. Most importantly, I wish that through chess, You will find the tools to help you become better and live better lives. Thank you and good luck.
And now we have some words from Dana Reznitsa-Zolat, Deputy Chair of the FIDE Management Board, all the way from Latvia.
Greetings from Latvia. Another autumn, another intercontinental online chess championship for prisoners is on. We here in Latvia say that autumn is the time when you reap the harvest, reap the fruits of the whole year. So I believe that this is the same with the Intercontinental Championship, because all the year round, I believe many already since the last tournament finished have been working hard, training, preparing for this very day, for this very competition, to show the best, to show the team spirit, to show the fighting abilities, to show the fair play, to show the ability to represent your institution, your country in this worldwide event. Let's have a lot of fun. Let's have a lot of chess. Let's enjoy and let the strongest and the most motivated win.
And finally, a few words from Andrei Vogtlin, FIDE Social Commission Chair and the Swiss Chess Federation President, coming all the way from the Swiss border.
Dear colleagues, dear participants, dear prison administrations, I greet you here from the border from Switzerland to Italy on 2,500 meters. A border who has no border control anymore, is in the Schengen space, and I think it's a wonderful metaphor for our intercontinental online chess championship for prisoners beyond countries, beyond continents. And it's very important for me to greet you and the organizational team and to thank you for your participation and your engagement. I wish you all the best these 3 days, and I would like also to announce you that we will have a social chess year 2025, where we will have not only prisons but refugee camps, slums, clinics with addicts, with autists, and much more social groups playing and celebrating this huge chess tool, social tool, who has unique benefits for all of us. And I would like to invite you to join this event, this movement, and to be in contact with my team, who will also be inviting you to all these events. Have a great time and thank you very much. Goodbye.
And we are back. But before we get into our games, which have started, we have a special interview with Dainis Mikkelsens, who is a Latvian prison administration volunteer and who founded and was the leader of the chess club at Riga Central Prison. He participated in the 3rd Intercontinental Online Chess Championship as a participant, and this year he is back as a coach and volunteer. Hi, Dainis.
Hi, good afternoon. It's 4 p.m. in Latvia, yeah.
Hi there, how are you doing?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Charlize.
I was saying, welcome to the show. You are here this year from an objective perspective, watching the games. How do you think the tournament is going so far?
First of all, I want to say thank you to organizers and players either. It's a great event. As you mentioned, yeah, I have been a journalist, I have been a PR specialist, and I have been inmate either. So last year I played as an inmate, participated in the 3rd, as I called it, World Championship for prisoners. And this year, yeah, I was a captain of Riga Central Prison team, and it was a great day. for all of us who were involved in this event.
So Dainis, we don't get much of a chance to talk to inmates, or in your case, ex-inmates on the show. This is my third year commentating this event, and a couple of years ago I did have a chance, and it was very exciting for me to talk to someone who was actually being an inmate and involved in the tournament. Tell us about your experience, not now, but before. When you were inside the prison, you were doing the chess program. You already knew how to play chess because you told us that as a kid you participated in tournaments. How was it? What did the tournament and the chess program give to you inside the prison?
First of all, I have to say that I do love chess, and yeah, I have played it for all my life, and it have helped me during my life in very different and difficult and situations, and it's still the same. And you know that emotions and feelings, and I had as a player when I was inmate, it was something very different from common day in prison. It's you know, as I call it, there's a lot of empty noise in prison. But when you play chess, when I play chess and when I participated in the third championship, it was pleasant silence. It was always pleasant silence while playing chess. But this pleasant silence inside it, it's storm raging because of emotions and feelings.
Yeah.
And these feelings and emotions are from anger and disappointment to joy and happiness. And of course, as a player, I had more stress than as a captain of the team this year. But what I want to stress in these days, 1 to 3 days, prisoners, and I did the same, feel free people in a way, and that's great.
Charlie, let me get in a very small follow-up question.
Yeah, I could see your face. You have something to ask.
I was bursting because you're outside the prison now, but then you go back to do the training, volunteering inside the prison with the inmates, or you're doing this outside the prison. That's something because now you're telling me that you're the captain of the team. So I'm a bit confused here.
No, I go to the Riga Central Prison every time.
Wow.
To my ex-inmates. Some of them are
That must
yeah, with the prison every time I go to train and to share my knowledge about chess.
But that just speaks, at least in my point of view, that speaks wonders of you, those, because I'm sure that most people who leave, maybe it's my lack of knowledge about how prison works, but I can expect that most people who leave the prison finally don't really have much interest in going back to do a social program there. So that must mean that, I mean, that must mean a lot also to the rest of your colleague inmates that you left behind when you left. Am I right in that, or is it just my lack of knowledge?
It's not lack of knowledge. Of course, I have some. I have like for some moments, I have some different emotions, but
Yeah.
the most important thing is that I do love chess, and so despite of maybe some moments of negative emotions, I leave it out of this excellent, this great process when I can, when I have an opportunity to share, my experience, my knowledge about chess, and to give this love to chess, and if I see this passion to chess from other guys, it's just great. That's the reason I don't care about moments when I'm have some maybe some not the best emotions.
Yeah.
You've been so important in setting up or fostering this chess culture in the prison. I mean, you have the chess club set up there. What is it like outside of this tournament? Are they still playing chess? Of course, leading up preparations for the Intercontinental Global World Championship, as you said, because it's a worldwide event. Prisons from all over the world are taking place. But what is chess like in the day-to-day?
You know, they have been playing chess after I left the prison. It was the 4th of December last year. They are playing, and you know, the best thing I saw a couple of days ago when we played. I talked about feelings and emotions during the event, and I could see it in their eyes and body language either. And it was great to see that inmates are able to stay calm, to stay patient, concentrated, even in a very complicated and complicated positions and situations. And it's the best, this result in a chess process. If they are involved during the time they spend in prison, and despite of stress, they, as I said, they stayed calm. But nevertheless, their legs ran some kilometers under the table same time during games.
The leg shake, yeah.
Dainis, can the inmates practice on computers with internet during the week, or is their time limited? How does that work in the Latvian prisons?
It's quite limited. They don't have an opportunity to play online chess as much as I would like and they would like to. But
could you give us an idea of maybe 1 hour a week, maybe 2 hours? Where are we approximately? Because,
sorry.
Yeah, because I suppose that different prisons have different limitations, and as the tournament is played online, I expect that this could be important. Moreover, the level of the players could be important, but the practice you get is also very important. How many hours do they get approximately each week?
I'm not sure. But it's not enough at all, I would say, because you know there were a couple of guys who didn't have any experience in online chess, in playing in chess.com. So I would say if there were an opportunity to play at least 2 to 3 hours every second weekend, it would be already quite good. Yeah, because it is very important. You talk about this when it comes to blitz or 3-2, for example. It's a new situation, and for all of them this year, it would be something they haven't experienced at all.
Yeah. Something to talk to the prison authorities then, and try and convince them. But I understand that, of course, having a connection to internet with a computer, that might be a bit tricky. But in any case, something to consider for the future, if possible. Go ahead,
I do believe it is possible, and I hope.
If we try.
Yeah. But of course, as we spoke the other day, having those physical chess sets also does wonders. And that's why we have people like Job Delamere, who's making sure that prisons get sets and boards. So yeah, excited about that. And noticing about the games, I think the first round just finished between India and Ecuador.
Yeah, so let's check the results. The first round of the youth, we've had the 4 games have finished with a clear result. If I'm not mistaken, for Ecuador, they've won 3 games and they've lost on the 4th board. So Ecuador definitely starts off with the lead in this matchup against Serbia. Dainis, for us, at least for me, especially, I'm sure for Charlize as well, it's been a real pleasure to talk to. We don't, as I said, get much of a chance to talk to actual players of the tournament. More often, it's officials, coaches, authorities. So it's really nice to get the insight of the person who's sitting in front of the computer and get all these feelings. And some of the inmates last year told me that they even were noticing a sort of extra pressure because the rest of the inmates in the prison were behind them in the tournament, asking them if they were going to win, etc., etc. In any case, it's been a pleasure to talk.
Which actually leads me to just one more question I have for you, Dainis, is what do you love the most about chess?
Good question. I do love this game, as I said, and this process. I like these emotions, despite sometimes it's disappointment, as I said. Sometimes it's anger, and from time to time, I used to be angry for some reason. Then, if I don't have an opportunity or I don't just want to run, I go into chess world, and then nothing else exists, and I'm in chess world, and it helps. I put out my bad emotions in a game, it helps me every time I use this solution. And I saw a couple of days ago inmates of Riga, players of Riga Central Prison team. I saw they remembered about the main question after the move made opponent. What has changed? And I do believe it will help them after the prison, because they won't rush so often and make blunders.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Dainis. It was such a pleasure having you on the broadcast with us today.
Thank you.
Thank you,
And
Dainis.
one more time, yeah, thank you for this great event.
So we have a few games going on.
Yeah, it's a bit tricky for me now because what I said before was based on what I was seeing on my screen, but it appears that I think I was seeing the match between a mistaken match.
Yeah.
And
So
now
this
I'm
is
seeing
still
some of the
going.
games that are being played. So there's still 3 active games. And I'm picking up the first one here. This is an active game between Ecuador and India, and they're going to the last minutes of the encounter. One of the games is just finished, but as I've only got the active games on my screen, I can't see the result. I'll try and pick it up afterwards. And 3 of the games are still in play. This is the first game where we can see that India, although he is very low on time, has a promising position with 2 extra pawns very near the promotion. Anything can happen still, but this does look that black has the advantage. And in the second game, here Ecuador has just finished. Just as we click on the game, Ecuador has just defeated India, so they're ahead.
Wow.
And in the third game, the other game which is still being played, here we have India with rook and 1 pawn against Ecuador with rook and 2 pawns. However, Ecuador, as you can see, Charlize, is
12 seconds.
really low on time. So I think we're going to stay with the moment
Yeah.
and see how they finish. Unfortunately, during the interview, I checked the scores, and I think I was mistaken because I checked another India game which already finished, thinking that they'd finished already. And
Yeah.
there were so many games, it was a bit
And we've established that the youth, these players play quickly. Oh, this is nice. Rook takes h4, rook takes c4. Black
very
is
nice.
setting up a cool skewer here. A little
Let's-
trap. This
let's
pawn
put
on
it-
h4 is a poison pawn.
If the he saw it. The pawn was
White sees
poisoned.
it. Okay, so I can already tell the level of chess right now in the finals.
Yes.
It's good.
But as you can see, Ecuador, now he can actually capture this pawn, and
Yeah.
he has to be careful not to go back. Oh,
He just avoided the skewer. Now he gets the same thing. Wow.
he has to be careful.
Oh, he was just careful like 2 seconds ago.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
So,
that's
so
unfortunate.
I'm going to go back here. He had to go up, and it's unclear to me if this actually might be a winning position for Black. Of course, there's still a lot of technique to be played, but normally when you get the rook in the 5th and you leave the king behind the pawn, it's really tough for the other player to defend. But he went back, which is the natural reaction, Charlize.
Yeah.
It's very easy for us with low on time to just drop back here, and all the
Yeah.
work you've done during 10 minutes, just one unfortunate mistake, and now we can understand the frustration and the anger that
And
Dainis
it's super
talking about. Yeah.
unfortunate because White specifically did not capture on h4 to avoid this. And
He
then
saw the
steps into
skewer,
it
and then
anyways.
he falls into it. But that was actually well played by his opponent, who moved the pawn
Yeah.
to h3, offered the pawn, knowing
In
that maybe
hopes.
he could still get the
Mhm.
skewer in afterwards, and it worked for him. So now we're here. Let's just stay and see if the technique is the correct one. Going well for the moment, and the game is finished. So
That's great.
so
Like,
now,
didn't even care about promoting, just went for the
yeah. So
checkmate.
that was a win by. Oh, I missed that. Was that Ecuador who won that last one? Oh, well, we'll go over the scores as soon as this one finishes.
Yeah, we were so focused on this on the game
This one.
itself.
So Black still has the 2 bishops in the center, commanding the knights. That's a very nice piece of domination here.
But more
the
so these
the
2
two
passed
pawns.
pawns that are just running through.
And if that was not enough, he still has the option to activate his king and
Yeah.
go, which is what he'll probably do at some point, I suspect. There he goes.
There you go.
He'll just put his bishop on c3 to protect these 2 pawns, because the bishop will at some point go and attack them, and then he can. Oh, he didn't even.
But if king takes, okay, there we go.
Now he goes bishop c3. This is fantastic because you just can't capture the pawn on b4. So yeah,
And Black is just playing both sides of the board, which is great.
yeah. The bishop. This is called. I'd say this is a super bishop because it does absolutely everything, and you can just play with no rush and no.
Right. This bishop can just hold down the forts on the queen side, and Black just pulls through the h pawn.
But you notice the difference of level compared with the first stage. It's some of the teams have excellent players in their teams, excellent players.
And they've done a lot of preparation to get here. And I can imagine, because yesterday was semifinals, today's final. So they've had 3 days of chess.
3 days.
And right now they're probably warmed up as much as they can be.
For sure. But you heard what Dainis said. If they can't practice during the week on the computers with internet connection, even though they might have good players in the prison for whatever circumstance, they won't get the form to be able to look. So there was a resignation now. So now I'm going to go back to the event and try and get the full results.
If I'm not mistaken, the first round was a draw, 2-2. But could be anything. We can maybe get some results on.
I want to try and find here the Ecuador, Serbia.
And interestingly, White resigned this game. The other days we were seeing them play on until
That is true. Yeah, yeah.
final result, right?
We actually
Which
noticed it this morning as well. There were some early resignations. There
Mhm.
were still some fight to the end games, but mostly they would resign when the position was hopeless. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
In general, in chess, I think that's a like respectful thing to do.
yeah,
Players do it, they resign when they know they're lost. But then the other hand of the argument is, play on because stalemate can happen all
yeah,
the time.
especially when we're in bits and rapid controls, you go to the end,
Yeah.
and sometimes you're lucky. So
Mhm.
maybe it pays off to do that. So India won on the first board. They won again on the second board. Ecuador won on the third board, and Ecuador also won on the fourth board. So if I'm not mistaken, the
Okay.
final result is 2-2. So we can see the games here. Let's see the first board. This was the final position of the first board, with a win for India. It seems that he probably
Time?
got some time. I have to think because the position is still relatively open, although White does have an extra piece. The second board was the one we just saw, and here India won with the black pieces. On the third board, Ecuador won. This was the position where the mate
Queen mates, yeah.
and
No stalemates here.
on the fourth board, let's see if I can pick it up here. This is also the mate we saw before, and Ecuador won. So actually it's been 2-2, and that means that they're going into the return match on a tie, and I mean anything can happen.
Okay.
And they've
I
actually
mean,
started the games. Yeah.
awesome. Okay, so first one is tied 2-2, but no draws
No draw.
because they're really playing till the end here. So this is going to be very important. If they draw again, they go into playoffs. 3
That's
+ 2 blitz, which is again, if you're not used to playing on a computer regularly, then playing blitz with 3 + 2 is, I mean, that can't be easy.
very tricky. So you can choose the first game. Do you want a Petrov, Scandinavian, or one or two of the Sicilians? What do you prefer?
Oh, let's go for
all
let's go one by one. Let's board
okay.
one. We
Let's
look
start
check
off
the
with board one.
Sicilian. Yeah.
Board one has just started. It's still early days here, and they're
Okay.
about to play a main line of the Sicilian. So yeah, we can drop back here when a few more moves have been done.
All right. It's gonna be interesting to see how much theory is known.
They do know theory. Look, this is also a theoretical position. This is
Yeah.
a well-known theoretical position of the Scandinavian defense. And actually, this is the move that I play as well. And here, theory says c6, knight to d5, hitting the queen, queen to d8, knight to f6. And here, theory suggests that the best move is to capture with the pawn. Now, if they do this, I'll be very impressed.
Wow. Yeah. This goes against the basics that you're taught of doubling your pawns on your king
Capture
side.
the queen. There's some tactics with bishop to d5 and yada yada. But I'd be very surprised if they do this. So let's stay here for a moment.
So last move was bishop d2.
He played c6. So
c6 is played?
at least
Okay.
black knows what he's doing. And
Yeah.
now white is thinking, should I jump with the knight or stay put? So what did he play? He castled. So
Okay.
now I
Safer
suspect the black will drop back with the queen and get out of trouble. So let's say one more move here. And yeah, I've always thought that doubling pawns there is good for white, but yeah, that's theory is theory. No, he played bishop to b4. Okay, so yeah, I do remember having seen this some time ago. A3, you take and you drop back. And although white has the bishop pair, theory considers that after knight to d5, black is more or less keeping a sort of solid position. So it's playable. I personally don't like it very much, but I know it can be played.
You prefer the g takes f6 scenario?
No, I don't like this position with with I don't like it much with black, but with white, I'd still go for the knight d5. I wouldn't play when I play with the two bishops, but one of my bishops is blocked in. I don't have very good results, so I prefer to have the two bishops in open positions. When
Yeah.
one of them's blocked by the pawns, I start to play weird
So
moves.
you're not a Frenchie, huh? Not a French defense with the bishop staying on
I
c8.
have played it, but nowadays I try and open up my bishops, but depends on the day. Okay, so this one will
Seven played. Okay, this is good quality chess, but it is board 1 or that was board 2?
One was board 2. Board 3. Here we have another interesting.
Okay.
This I think it came from a Sicilian as well. Let's go quickly through the moves. It is a Sicilian. No, but you can see that the level of play in the final match is much better than the 600 rating points that they give. And that is, we explained it the first day, that is because they haven't played enough games on the account for the rating to be consolidated. But you can just see that they're quite booked up, actually. So
we ignore the ratings and we just look at the chess.
I'm not a fan of this move, e takes f6. What do you think, Charlize?
E takes f6.
Yeah, I'm
Well,
not.
okay, you like clearly your g takes f6, but the problem is now d6 becomes a bit of a permanent weakness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In this position, I probably would have preferred to take with the g pawn and just keep a sort of a strong block of pawns there. I'm not a big fan of capturing with the e. Also,
And
because
castling after g takes f6, would you castle queenside?
we'd have to probably go queenside. In this variation of the Sicilian, sometimes the block of pawns is possible. I've seen that in some of Bobini games used to be played like that some time ago. But if Bobini could play that, I'm sure it must have been more or less okay. So he took with the other pawn, knight to b3, knight to e5, castle, and now knight to d5. Of course, that knight on d5 is very, very strong. f4, knight c6, rook a d1, castle. And now, in fact, if he is able to protect this pawn on e4, then he can swap on e7 and knock off the pawn on d6. And this would be the way to take advantage of the weak pawn. Let's see what he did. He swapped straight away.
Immediately, okay.
And he took because...
Oh, okay, I guess d7's hanging.
Yes.
But e2 is also hanging.
Yeah, but I think he's more or less thinking of queen takes pawn, maybe some bishop move first, but then there's a check. It's tricky. It's tricky. Maybe he miscalculated or who knows? We'll see. In any case, black changed queen, so it's good for him.
Okay, so white keeps the pawn.
I think we might have already our second guest. Let's confirm here. Yep, we have a guest, Charlize. We have a guest. Yeah, so
Okay, we go straight into
welcome.
Yes, welcome, Nabosha. So mechanical and IT engineer, national candidate master, okay, knows something about chess, international arbiter, international organizer, and FIDE instructor, who has been the secretary of the FIDE Arbiters Commission since the end of 2018. Wow.
Can you hear us? Can you turn on your mic?
And today you're leading the team of arbiters for the 4th FIDE Intercontinental Online Chess Championships.
Yeah, you need to turn on your mic.
You need to unmute you first.
Unmute. There you go.
Yes, I can hear you.
Nice.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you for the invitation to join you here in the FIDE studio.
Nebojša, it's a pleasure for us to have you here. You've been one of the driving forces behind this tournament for all the editions. I remember you were doing this last year as well, and you're also very active in programs in Serbia, and your curriculum as an arbiter, I mean, it's unparalleled. I remember meeting you in Chennai Olympiad, but then you went also to do the main referee of the World Championship. Unbelievable. So thanks a lot for coming. And Actually, in fact, my first question is the difficulty of this tournament, leading the arbiters team. How are you able? What challenges do you face to be able to coordinate all the teams of arbiters with so many matches, so many different countries, so many different prisoners? Talk to us about that challenge.
Yes, thank you for the question. An interesting question and a very hard job. First of all, I would like to thank organizers, FIDE Social Commission and Cook County Sheriff Office in Chicago for appointing me as the chief arbiter of all 4 Intercontinental Online Chess Championship for prisoners. I am very proud to be part of this pioneering project for sure, and how to conduct online competition for prisoners from an arbiter's perspective. For sure, this is a very, very challenging event with many aspects: IT technologies in prisoners, IT skills of players in prisoners, how to adapt the regulation for online hybrid tournaments and to be familiar with prisoners, and then big problem with time zones, especially for the final matches and matches for third place. You will see today when teams from the East play against teams from the West. And today, for example, or better to say tomorrow, Mongolia will play at 8 a.m. local time, but on October 11, and Salvador at 6 p.m. local time, but on October 10. So it will be 2 a.m. for Central European time for me on October 11. So one match for one team will be 10 October, for the second one will be 11 October. So it's very hard to difficult to manage all, but we try to respect it for sure, the FIDE regulation for the organization of online and hybrid tournaments, and for sure fair play measures. It's very important here. And what to say, given the population that competed, the players, and the conditions from where they played, it's not easy. It was not possible to follow the regulation in 100% for sure. However, the tournament passed without any problems. If we exclude IT problems, because somewhere is problem with connection, somewhere with power. The very important, we going tournament without any complaints, and I can say that our appeals committee enjoyed here in these editions. And during the games, it's let's say before the tournaments, organizers and arbiters, they assign the teams to groups depending on the time zones. This year we have 16 groups, 160 teams, 10 open groups, 3 female, 3 youth, and we have 3 time zones: Asia and Australia, 1 zone, and Europe and Africa 2nd, and America is the 3rd zone. So some teams have to change zones and play at the difficult time for them. Like, for example, I think England, Serbia, Norway playing in American zones, and Georgia goes to Asia, and it's difficult before. But before the tournament, we organized a couple of technical meetings with the captains, with the team representatives, and usually the technical meetings will be organized for groups, but sometimes we organize individual meetings with some teams because of difficult to invite them in the groups. So we organize, I don't know how many technical meetings before, to prepare all teams, to prepare everyone to compete. Our goal is simple: to provide the competition on easier and smoothly way to go until the end. During the game, there are too many duties. Arbiters is communicated with only with one official from one location. Not with players, because it will be very, very difficult. And different between two is during the normal hybrid and online tournaments, arbiters can communicate with players to check everything, but now it's not possible. So there are too many. It's not easy, but it looks that system works. And if I may, I would like to take this opportunity to thank my colleagues. First of all, Mr. Mikhail Korman, Chief Tournament Organizer, and for this project, for this wonderful project, and all members of my arbiters team, Deputy Chief Arbiter Ana Srebrenic from Slovenia, then Sabrina de San Vicente from Uruguay, Tamás Gyomber from Hungary, Gopa Kumar from India, Jose Manuel Baradas from Mexico, Eduardo Campora from Uruguay. He is young profile and he joined us, as well as people from chess.com, and to you, thanks very much for commentators and for this.
Go ahead, Charlize.
No, it's been awesome getting to know the man who's running the
Yeah.
whole show behind the scenes. And I mean, globally, the time zones seem like, wow, a bit of an obstacle to overcome. But as your experience and, as an arbiter with so many events online as well, what would you say, not just for you, but also for players, the difficulties of playing online in a tournament like this?
To be honest, there are quite a few challenges. Yeah, it's not easy. I organized first internet match between University of Texas and University of Belgrade and Dallas in 2006, and we organized that matches 15 years. So I have a big experience with online hybrid events, and there are quite few challenges in this competition for prisoners. But our arbiters team is very experienced, and I am very happy because of that. And they can fix any problem in very short time. That's very important. Many players, for example, I will mention some examples. For many players wanted to play as many games as possible between official games. So when finish official game, they start immediately to play another game.
But now let's play a few.
Players will be
Yes,
chess
and we
players.
cannot stop them.
Yeah.
We always please stop the random guest. And then it was very difficult to stop them so that they would respect the schedule. So that's one topic from our duties.
Yeah.
And I already spoke about distance between countries and problems in time zones, how to arrange some games. If we had some local regulation in facilities, you can imagine how it is difficult to do it, because some facilities can stop the working day at 4
Of course.
and go to sleep or go to rest or
They
go
don't
to
have access
other
to
activities.
rooms
So it's
where-
very difficult. I mentioned the situation with Mongolia and El Salvador for final match in women's section will be in, I don't know how many hours, in 10 hours. So then IT problems, unfortunately, we cannot help with this topic about IT problems. Every local organizer is in charge to provide good IT conditional for their teams. Sometimes one player, even one team, Serbia yesterday, lost connection during the playing session and unfortunately lost the match. So we cannot help that, but we spoke about it during the technical meeting, and everyone team is informed about it. So this is something that we cannot help. Also, according to the local laws, we may, this is also interesting topic, we may not to check players' computers, like during the Olympiad for normal online Olympiad, because it's not allowed to share their screen with us.
Yeah.
Local regulations, some kind. Cameras and our colleagues, arbiters on site in the playing room, are our help to keep fair play regularity on safe side. As you see, this is a very challenging event. So going smoothly, I am happy because of it. So
Nebojša, we're gonna let you go very soon because we know you're in a tough situation to finish off the round. But before you go, you're the General Secretary of the Serbian Chess Federation and also the coordinator for the Chess for Freedom programs in Serbia. Talk to us very briefly about your role in that capacity and if there's any novelties. We do see every year that the teams coming from the Serbian facilities are very strong, very potent, and always giving a good fight. Tell us a bit about your experience in that area.
I cannot say that elite in Serbia are in the prison because all 16 qualify for the second day, but I am in charge for the organization for activities in Serbia about prisoners, and I can proudly say that Serbia has been involved in this very interesting and important project from the first moment, from the first year. And I can proudly say that Serbia is overall world champion in 2022. And please note that right now, I'm not an official arbiter during this interview, so I am a representative of Serbia somehow on this question. So the organizers and players in Serbia are very proud, very proud, because FIDE president Arkadi Dvorkovic visited the Padinska Skela prison.
Yep.
I think right after the championship 2022 ended, and awarded certificates to the winners. And also during the first FIDE Olympiad for people with disabilities held in Belgrade in February 2023, Dana Reznica-Zola, deputy chair of FIDE Management Board, and also visited Padinska Skela prison and played with the participants of the Chess for Freedom project. Also, the FIDE legal director, Alexander Martino, and FIDE chief operating officer, Sava Stojsavic, also were there and played with prisoners. So activities with FIDE and Serbian prisoners are very good. And I would like to share here only a few words, some general information about the project in Serbia. First of all, the Ministry of Justice of the Republic of Serbia supported the project Chess for Freedom. And about results, there is no systematic program, unfortunately, of working prisoners yet, but they are good results. That's very interesting. There are a lot of different activities in the prisoners, tournaments, lessons, simultaneous exhibitions, but not official program. And there is a national team championship for prisoners over the board. And so far, I think 14 prisons and more than 200 prisoners have been involved in this project. So, and one example, in one prison in Serbia, in city Požarevac, the name Zabela, there has been a chess section for about 10 years. So at the end, Serbia is happy and proud to participate in this project, Chess for Freedom. So I think we are a good team here.
Yeah, Borja, that's super encouraging. And yeah, I mean, I'm just still trying to process the time schedule thing where there are 3 actors in 3 different countries all over the world at the same time, and different days. I'm still trying to get my head around that.
Yes, for example, I wake up at
Definitely a world
5 a.m. first day and finished about 10 p.m. So
Yeah.
No.
almost 24 hours.
I'm still
Thank
trying to
you
think.
for
Only first day,
thank you
yes.
for everything you've done and for making this event possible.
Okay, thank you. I have to go to the playing hall now, and because the final match will start in 6 minutes.
Thanks
Sure.
a lot.
Thank you.
Bye. See you soon.
Thank you, Mikhail.
Bye.
Thank you, Chris. Charles. Bye.
And we go back to the games. India, Ecuador, what is happening?
Now I do have the correct, hopefully I
Yes,
do.
wow.
We have
If-
to remember that the other match was 2-2. So it's there's one game is finished, but as I've got the active games, I still don't know which is the score. But the 3 games that are left, we have on the first board, India here with a commanding position over Ecuador. We have an
okay.
extra rook. It doesn't seem to me that Ecuador will get back in this game, but we never know. But at least in this game, India is doing very well. In the next game, Ecuador, let's go to the end of the game. Here, it's all a bit weird because there's so many pawns still on the board, but it does seem that at some point, White may have the advantage. But Charlize, again, in this position, I'd still be weary to say what's going to happen. However, I'm noticing that the knight now has only one escape route here, and I'm wondering if,
White
course,
will trade.
maybe the swap. I'm not sure about this position. No, computer says this was probably.
Oh, wow. Okay, so this trade is not good.
But I'm not sure. I'm not sure because sometimes you can stick the king in and you never know. And before.
Are you on time though? Like, okay, Black's king can just king c8 here.
Yeah, I don't think
d5, but I start running and I'm getting a check with d1.
you're getting the queen in 3 moves. I mean, computer
Yeah.
says that white is winning, but maybe it's because there's some sort of I just don't know. It's just too tricky for me. Anyway, this is
So white shouldn't trade. Let's go back a few moves.
yeah, he shouldn't
After knight b8, bishop e7.
go to the real position, which is he played bishop e7, and we'll start to knock off pawns. And now this looks like a good move, but we'll see.
Is it enough?
We'll see, because now he'll take this one. These two won't go any further, but this one will probably end up falling. And also, more importantly, we have a pass pawn here on the H file. So I do think, so when the bishop gets 2 pawns on the 2 sides of the board, the knight has real trouble defending against those 2 pawns. But okay, look at the time for Ecuador. Only 19 seconds left.
And white just made a move. Is this the current position?
This would be the
Okay.
exact here. Yeah, I can see that I can see where white could be winning if he captures this pawn for the A5 pawn and keeps the H pawn on the board. But yeah, it's still tricky, this ending. And the last board would be this one here, where India is. Hold on, let's go to the end.
Yes,
Yeah,
it's been in this position for a while now.
that was the position we saw.
Okay, no, white will win
White
this
will
quite
prevail,
easily.
sure.
We should end.
One.
There we go.
So I'm going to go back and see if I can see the results pending this last game, so we know what's happening. Let's see. Let's put Ecuador here in
Yeah,
the.
this is Serbia, Ecuador.
Yeah, I need to put this here. Ecuador, India. Yeah, so India 1 point, India 2 points, and 2.5. So
they've already won. So this is just
So-
the cherry on top of the cake. Okay, whatever happens in this game
that is true.
doesn't really matter.
As far as the results go, India has scored 2.5 points. And bearing in mind they were 2-2 in the last match, they've taken down the 3rd place, independent from what happens in this game. Let's stay here and see what happens.
Yeah, do we have a camera feed of what's going on there right now? This seems to be
Which is
the
which one
Ecuadorian team. Yeah,
this is the Ecuador team, yeah?
yeah.
Let's see if we get the Indian. I suppose everyone's crowding around the last player. Let's see if that's happening.
Yeah, and I wonder if they've spoken about the results, if it's
If he knows, actually.
if
No?
he knows. Yeah.
So this is the feed. This is the team of India.
Ah, here we go. We can see.
Yeah, it looks like
Wow.
they're finished. So this must be the team. Yeah.
Be the best on the board. They have a slogan there. That's awesome. Way to go for team spirit, right?
Be the best on the board. It's quite good. Yeah. That's not very nice. Yeah, very nice. 4th Intercontinental. It's continent. Yeah, it's basically a world championship between prisons. I mean, so what do you think? Will he win this game with 5 seconds on the clock?
Well, he's got 5-second increments, so just like push your pawns. But he's being very careful still with bishop d4, not being reckless and just pushing, which is quite impressive with this little bit of time.
Now he could go a7 and even a6. Let's see if he does that. Oh, something happened here. He lost on time.
No.
He lost on time. He lost on time. He either got blocked or just
Wow. So black gets the points in this game.
let's stay here for a moment, because as there's a delay on the YouTube feed, we might even see the reactions of the players when he lost on time. Let's see. Yeah, you see? He did like a sort of what happened here? No, he forgot. Yeah,
shame.
but they won the match. So
India is the winner, the youth portion of the event.
Yeah, they've taken down. So they take away the gold medal, the first award, the first prize, and Ecuador played very well. They were able to hold 2-2. And yeah, the final match, the experienced Indian team were able to prevail. But I think if you see the Ecuador feed, they're all
They
very
look
happy.
happy. Yes, they're in high spirits. They did just come second in the world, which is still great. I know as chess players, it sucks to lose, but
Congratulated
they
by
did
the
amazingly.
they're getting congratulated by the prison officials as well. And they're all very happy. I think they've had the time of their lives playing this tournament here, getting to the final and playing against another team which is on the other side of the world.
Yeah.
So yeah. And the winners of the Olympiad. So they're not playing any team at all. Playing a very good team. Okay.
Well, congrats to India, winners of the Intercontinental Chess Championships for prisoners youth.
Okay, so we do know that in a while we'll have the president of the federation, Arkady Vorkovich. Hopefully, at the end of the stream, he'll come and join us and give the official award and congratulations to all the teams. But yeah, will we have the next match starting soon, or will we go for a
It looks like they've
video?
started already. We've got
Started
El
already?
Salvador versus UAE.
Fantastic. Let me see if I can jump on the games then. So we're going straight to the men's
Yes.
finals. And here we go. Nice, 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 nice.
Awesome.
Here we go.
I'm not sure how big chess is in El Salvador. I know UAE, they host so many great tournaments. They've got Salim as their top guy. So chess is quite big there. But do you know anything about chess in El Salvador?
El Salvador is not very strong from a chess country's perspective. I can't recall off the top of my head any grandmaster from El Salvador. I think they have a couple of IMs, but no grandmasters, if I'm not mistaken. I may be mistaken here, of course. I'm not completely sure. But I don't recall a huge tradition. But in the prisoners tournament, I do recall last year they did have some teams at the top of the table. The thing is, I can't remember if it was men or women, but they're no strangers to this competition. And yeah, I mean, they're in the final against UAE, so they must be a force to be reckoned with. Yeah, for sure.
As we can already see with this game on screen here, white is out for blood in this game. These 5 pawns down the king side just marching to that king.
And a very dangerous attack, if I may say so. I mean, when the other rook gets to h1 and he unleashes the power of these bishops, I just don't know how much Black is going to be able to hold on here. The attack is ferocious. I mean, look at those rooks coming in now. Okay.
I love this position for white. It's amazing.
Okay. I think he'll capture with the knight. Okay. So he really just needs to bring the rook to h1 and push g5. Charlize, can Black hold against the attack like this? I just don't see this.
I mean, even something like rook h8, king g8 just feels so. That's a bit ugly. But how do you hold on to?
I actually think that's maybe his best option, or go super defensive with knight to g8 and just try and hold on to what you've got there. But oh, e5 now. Now I'm sure the knight's going to hop into f5 now. Having said that, at least he's blocked off the bishop on d3. So he exchanged the knights. Okay, what would you recapture with the pawn? And now he's threatening to win with f6. So I think Black must play f6 now, or knight f6, one of the two.
But even once my f pawn captures, now my bishop and my queen have been unleashed on your h pawn. So
now, of course, you can just go back, which he did. But there were other interesting options there. But now, yeah, he's threatening.
There's some tactic here. The rook is hanging.
How could we do it? Maybe
it's knight e.
Where to jump with knight e4? Yeah, he could try this. Something like this. Knock off the rook.
But rook h1 is still coming as well later.
First, to bring the rook to the attack, but then again, this move is also tremendously.
No.
There's so many tactics in this position that I just don't think that black can hold, as long as white plays carefully. Let's see what he did. He played e4. Okay.
Okay.
Very sensible. Very sensible.
I
Now,
suppose it's the same idea of moving the knight out of the way to attack the rook, but it's at least with some exchange.
he wants to capture. Let's see what would happen if he goes like this, this. Now he would capture the rook. And now we push on with f6. But now it's only an exchange. The computer said white is still better, but I can see that black is trying to fight a bit in this position. He has some. Whereas for the rook, he could capture this pawn maybe later with the bishop. He'd be fighting back here. Let's see what white did.
I think there were too many trades for this attack. White needs the pieces. So yeah, I guess I would also consider just bishop e2.
Yeah.
Seems logical.
Very, very logical. Very. Why would you go into these complications? Yeah, this seems very logical.
Yeah.
And now also the d6 pawn is attacked. The rook h1 idea is still there. g5 is still there. Black needs to find
in a position like this, I kind of would have tunnel vision in a way, and like the d pawn doesn't even matter to me right now. I just want h6 down, and I want.
He played knight d5. Okay. Now things are looking good. Okay. So what to do now? Do we double rooks or do we knock off the knight? He's played already, but guess. Oh, let's go.
I would double rooks. What would you do?
He double rooks.
Nice. I like how this player is playing. Very aggressively.
Now I might have taken the knight on c3 and played something like queen a5 and just crossed my fingers, but
yeah, some kind of counter attack.
He went for the bishop. He took back, and now I suspect that he'll go for something like queen to a5 or something similar. But g5 is coming. G5 is so dangerous. And also knight takes e4, by the way, also coming.
Yeah.
So for the moment, the El Salvador first board, no, this is the third board, is playing fantastically.
Amazing chess. I mean, he's got black completely out of the game. I'm optimistic in this. And now we can say this since we're in the finals, if the position is looking really good, there's a good chance it's going to be converted into the point.
Yeah. That's what also Andrea this morning mentioned that she was also not surprised, but she did confirm that she thought that the technique in the third and fourth place was quite higher than the technique she'd seen in the first games. They normally convert, especially tactical positions. Okay, so d5. And now white is thinking of his move and playing so fast, basically playing with the increment. Queen h3.
That's true. White's got 9 minutes, 55 seconds, and they start with 10 minutes. So white has been using the 5-second increment, which it could be psychological trick, right? If you
play fast and you play well.
And you're playing aggressively. That's why h4, g4. Just
now
chaos, carnage.
d5. Now he's just crushing. Now he's threatening f6. Also, by the way, look at this. The queen on h3. Sorry, he doesn't threaten f6 because the queen would be hanging, but he does protect the pawn. So, yeah. But you know what he may be threatening? g6 check. And then rook takes h6.
Oh, I like that. G6 is nice.
Also, he could have played knight takes d5, probably a move earlier, because, I mean, the mates were coming one after the other. So now black has a decision to make. How to defend against all these threats. Oh, so difficult to defend now.
Yeah, I don't have enough pieces.
I don't know. I would probably, Look, rook e8, But now g6 is a killer. Knight takes d5 is a killer. What else? Rook takes a6, bishop takes a6, and then g6 check should also.
I like that. I like capturing on h6.
This looks very, very strong.
Even if it's not sound or whatever,
this would probably lead to mate. Let's just check. But I think generally these things lead to mates, and this one leads to mates as well. Yeah. If he finds this, it would be impressive. He played, and he played knight takes d5, which was another of the.
Which is a move you've been mentioning. You like this one.
White is playing very well. If I have to choose a game from the finals, this could easily be one of them.
Tough games.
He's crushing. He's crushing with the increment. I mean, what level would you think this player is based on this game? 2200?
2200. Well, I'm not sure if 2200 would push, h4, g4, f4, e4, d4. I don't know if that would ever come up. I don't think I've seen it in a top game.
You're right. A very
but-
aggressive 1900 player, probably.
Yes, I
Very
think I
aggressive,
agree with
aggressive.
that.
Now the end is near because knight f6 is another threat here. So there's just too many threats now. I think there's no chance of saving this game now. Maybe no. I was going to say a move, but it's silly. I was going to say queen e5, but of course the pawn on f4 protects. I just don't see a way now. King g8.
No, I think White's demonstrated as well that kind of no matter what happens, this will be a full score. King g8 maybe.
King g8, but
Moving away.
just forcing White to find the most precise way to win. Sometimes could work, but he's played. Look, he played King g8. He ran. So
are we gonna get a knight f6 maybe? Or
yeah, but now it's tricky. Now you have to think of the best way to finish off. Let me see. Now he started thinking. Now he stopped playing with you.
Now he blitzed his whole game to start thinking at this moment. It was all planned.
Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I was going to say that knight f6. I think is probably the best move, but
yeah. Or if I just capture on h6, but with my pawn.
Yes, yeah, and then of course, where does the bishop go? Because then you go in with the rook on the g file. Yeah, that's also very good. He played pawn takes pawn. Yeah. Oh, bishop takes pawn. Okay.
Trying to get some counter play here, but the knight is blocking like all the checks.
Yeah, and the thing is that now with the pawn on h6, we're going for this straight. By the way, the knight prevents the king from escaping, so he has to take the knight. He did, and now we just need to control the escape route of the king. How can we do that? Which is the best way? Go check. Do we go check? Do we go queen? Do we go queen to c3? Do we go queen to g3 and then f6 is also a very interesting idea.
But then maybe I have like queen d4, queen takes f6.
Then there's some checks. Yeah, yeah. So black is defending quite well here with the king g8 and
yeah. Now white has to think, but
he did a check. He did a check. King f8 is forced.
Yes.
He can also play h7 and just try and promote another queen. That's also very reasonable, as long as there's no perpetual check.
Which is always something to be concerned about.
There's a few checks on black squares here.
Yeah.
With this pawn as well. So I'm not quite sure. Of course, he can play something like h7 check and bring the rook to the third rank and just protect on the third, and that's it. But for that, you need extra patience and defense.
Patience, yeah. And also the game white has just had, I'm not sure patience is his mood right now.
I'm a bit he played king f8, check, okay, king e7, and rook d1, nice, okay. Okay, stopping all
very nice, all the checks, yeah.
Wow, yeah, and now he's allowing himself to choose between the different moves to continue the attack. Yeah, well played, very well played. So I'm thinking that queen takes pawn is the best move. And how will we continue? Maybe he just wants to play h7 and try and get this pawn to the end. Simple idea, forget about the mate. Queen takes pawn. It could be h7, Could be h7 actually.
But giving up this idea of mate is
Bishop g4 also. No. Bishop g4, no, because there's a check on b5. I think it's just h7.
h7. I like h7, yeah.
h7 and bishop e6, h8. Rook takes, rook takes, rook takes, queen takes. And play with the extra rook. Let's see what he did. Yep, h7. Impressive. El Salvador C. Impressive.
But the fact that black escaped some kind of checkmate there is actually
Amazing, amazing.
also amazing, yeah.
I'm going to drop back just for a moment to the other games and try and see how the score, because the thing is, on my list, normally the 4 games should appear, but this time I only see
One game.
So I'm going to update here and see if I'm lucky and get the rest of the games. Yeah. Okay, so El Salvador already won 1 game.
Okay.
Or 3, which is this game here.
Very early. Time?
Wow.
Yeah, time.
10 minutes against 0. So that's their strategy. Play super fast and win on time.
That's actually, I wonder if they had kind of team meeting about this, like, or if it's just all of their nature to play this quickly.
It's working on the whiteboards.
Yeah.
Strategy on the whiteboards has been to play super fast. Let's see on the blackboards. Blackboards? No, on the blackboards they're playing safer. So who knows, Charlize? Who knows? But yeah, with the win on the 3rd board with white and the win on the 1st board, if they get just half a point on the other 2 boards, they'll already have won the 1st of the 2 matches. So
yeah, and this is one of the boards as well.
This is one of the boards. This is the board number 2. This is board number 2. Emirates playing with the white pieces. Fantastic rooks. Fantastic rooks.
But not a great bishop.
Very bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
And a very good knight. So generally I tend to prefer the black pieces when I've got a very good knight against a poor bishop. That's my preference. But of course, there's many other things going on this.
And at the same time, it feels like black is opening up the position now on the side with this pawn push.
Yeah, so now, actually now I think that what black's trying to do is give up this pawn on d4 to at some point get in with the queen here. That's what I think it's trying to do. Also, possibly against rook takes pawn, he might be able to go queen to c5, pinning the rook to the king. I don't see a clear way to protect that rook.
No.
But no, of course, now I can see that he does have queen
d6, but
before.
Don't I just have rook d8?
Oh no, we can't drop the queen. Rook d8. We drop the queen.
Oh, I'm dropping the queen.
Oh.
I'm done doing the whole queen.
There should be a good move here because at least the computer says that black is doing well, but I can't seem to find it. Maybe a background check and then some check with the knight. Maybe there's some tactical option here, but who knows? Who knows? Let's go back here and see what white did. He went back with the rook. He decided to protect the 1st rank.
Okay, being cautious.
Very cautious, yeah. But understandably though, because he might have spotted, rook takes d4, you see queen c5, and you start getting nervous because queen d6, not such an easy move to find when you're under pressure on the clock.
Yeah. So, but even the thought of queen coming into c1, which you said initially, is concerning enough to just play it safe, bring back the rook.
So now with this b3, I mean, this bishop of b1 is totally out of the game now.
Yeah. I call bishops like this like a bigger pawns.
Big pawn.
Yeah.
So that bishop won't be doing much unless at some point white can capture the pawn on b3. And even then, the bishop is still very poor. So virtually, Black is playing with an extra piece. Queen to b5. Okay, that seems very reasonable. Attacking the pawn. Rook to b8, protecting the pawn. I'm expecting now queen to d5 or queen to c4. Let's see which one.
Queen c4, my
No,
knight.
sorry, queen c4. No, queen c4. I'm just dropping queens all over the place.
No, we're both just the queens want to go.
I also dropped them in tournament. I played a tournament the other day in one of the blitz games. I think I was probably winning, and then I just put my queen on a square. And, and he said, sorry, don't be sorry about it. I would have done the same thing.
Yeah, it happens. And it can happen here too, not just by us, but the players too, since it's online.
Now look at this. Now white is looking at this pawn. So I think black would do well to bring the rook and challenge the queen as soon as possible. Let's see. Okay, rook b6. That looks okay as well. I expect queen to f5.
This is, yeah, only safe square.
And now if this pawn on d3 was not there, maybe white could...
Oh, then there would have been some nice tactics. Yeah.
So do you want to know a funny one? When I was young, there was this guy, I was a kid, there was this guy who would do queen takes h7, checkmate with the rook on h1, but with the pawn on h2. He would give mate, and then sort of with his arm, he would sort of mate, and with his arm he would knock off the pawn on h.
Wow.
And in blitz games, and you would do what? Check. What happened there, no? And he would quickly put the pieces back to the starting positions and take the point. I saw that with my it was unbelievable.
And you're just a kid, shame.
Yeah. No, we all maybe I can't remember, 16, maybe 17. We would see this happening. Mate.
Wow, one way to win.
And the rook. So imagine the trick here would be somehow to get
off the d3.
hack chess.com and get the pawn off the board, and then we could do some combinations. Okay, so a4, king h1, rook c6. This is a good move, but of course he can't leave the f6 pawn unprotected. Queen f2, very cautious.
Oh, actually, yes.
Very cool. I would have left the queen on f5. Very cautious. Okay. Queen d6. Queen d6. Okay. Let's stay with this game. I think it's quite good. But let me tell you that in the other matches, Emirates will be on board 4 to compensate the loss. So this game is actually quite important because Emirates actually win this game. So, but it doesn't look as though he's going to win. Let's see. Queen to d2.
No, black definitely is the one pushing here. But I like that both players are making threats and both players are meeting each other's threats. Like this is some good chess.
This, I agree. Yeah, this is definitely not 1200 chess, 1300. This is
with the rating.
I have quite a few students who play on chess.com, more or less maybe of this level, and they're on 1700, 1800, 1900. This is a higher level. So they're playing very good chess and also very concentrated, and they've prepared a lot for this. Okay, so queen.
So white just took the queen away. I'm not sure about that. What do you think?
It's tricky because you might win the pawn, but if the rook invades your back rank with the knight coming in here or here, there might be a lot of checkmate threats. Yeah, it's a risky strategy. Black played rook to c1. Computer says it's okay. So
computer, didn't really like this from black.
Rook to e1, that's the best move. If you defend your back rank and you're able to knock off the pawn on a4, it would have been good. Take. Now he'll take back. Now what is he going to try and do now? Is it knight to g6?
Trade queens.
Okay, queen c6. So he protects the pawn here, but he's now losing with a check the pawn on d4. So that's why the computer, the eval bar went up again quickly, which the spectators can't see on the screen. Maybe we can ask Andre, it might be a good idea to capture the eval bar. But in any case, this would be the key move now for white. He did the check. Ah, black dropped back with the queen. Okay. But isn't this a blunder? Oh,
Oh, yeah, rook
yes.
e7.
Yeah, but then there's a rook c1 at the end of the variation.
Oh,
Did he
okay, so
calculate
queen
this?
takes. I mean, I guess we should show with arrows also.
Yeah, I think this might be a blunder, but now he'll realize that he gets back the piece afterwards. Or maybe he prepared this. I'd say
Yes,
it's a
because
blunder,
he's giving up the bad bishop, right? Although,
but you get access to the b2 pawn, so
yeah,
who knows what's going to happen now? Check. King h2. Rook takes bishop. I think he'll capture the pawn on d4 now. Okay. Take. Now he'll capture the pawn on a4. Ah, I might have gone here. Okay.
yeah,
Rook
a little more active.
Yeah.
Now, okay, rook.
a4.
Oh,
Okay. But now you have to play b2, rook b4. Rook b4 is forced. Okay.
well,
So
black.
white has actually survived the onslaught. So
Wow.
now rook here, and white
Yeah,
has
this.
pawn. What do you say? Will white win this game?
The question is whether white thinks that it's equal or that they're still better
Yeah.
because of this.
Yeah. I agree with that. Yeah. He must think that he must have a chance.
Yes, exactly. An extra pawn is something.
And also they lost the other two games, so really the Emirates player has to try and win.
Wow, this is actually going to be pretty exciting then, despite what the eval bar says, despite what our preconceived notions of this position, anything can happen.
Because now I suspect that rook here might force a sort of perpetual. That's why the eval bar says an equal position. You go back or you start giving up pawns. I wonder if you can push the pawn and drop these pawns here. No, he went back. So yeah, this would be the most logical draw.
Yeah.
So it's white. White has to decide if he wants to give up the pawn on g2 and go for
Unless white,
they draw. They did a draw.
white decided
They still have the next match. If it was the final match, maybe one of the two could try and do something. So, Charlize, the
final results.
So we have a win for El Salvador on boards 1, 2, and 3, and a draw on board 2. So actually, El Salvador crushed this.
3.5 for a finals match.
Yeah. So unless Emirates can pull off a really big comeback, things are not looking good. Let's see if the games have started. Let's see. Let's refresh.
Maybe they get a bit of a break since one of them just finished.
But you heard what Nevolsa said. If you give them a break, they start playing
more chess. That's actually hilarious.
I don't think they want to give them much break. I'm going to try and find the games. Let's see.
Okay, and it looks like we also have a live camera feed as well. Trying to see which country this is, but most likely El Salvador.
But are they playing or are they?
No, they're kind of lounging.
Yeah, they're preparing the next game. Yeah.
Yeah.
So as far as I can see, the games haven't started. So what did you think of the Nevolja interview? It's unbelievable, no? I mean, talking about what was it, Mongolia against, was it El Salvador for tonight? And they were playing
for the woman at 2 a.m.
But the thing is, last year, I remember very vividly that some of the problems, one of the teams had to forfeit the semifinals because they couldn't have access to the playing hall during the hours when the other team had a time slot. It was impossible because the room where the computers were is used by other inmates as well for other activities. And so And so they just couldn't, they had to forfeit. And I think, if I remember rightly, that FIDE gave them the award anyway, a sort of third,
Oh,
fourth, equal place, because they just
mm,
couldn't access the playing venue in the time of the, and that's unfortunate. So
that's just, yeah, so unfortunate. But it sounds like Nebojsa said that it's been smooth sailing
yeah,
this year.
this year it's gone well. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So maybe the players, you know, it won't be 2 a.m. for them. I guess it's 2 a.m. for us in CEST time, but it's
Yeah.
the arbiters who are the ones
Yeah,
suffering
I
this
think
time zone.
he said for Mongolia it's 8 a.m., which is just in the morning. For El Salvador, I think he said 6 p.m. or 4 p.m. But for him, or whichever arbiter, or Anna, who's taking care from Slovenia or from Serbia, it's 2 a.m. in the morning. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh,
No.
but they
Okay,
have
even
to be,
8 a.m. playing at 8 a.m. is a bit early for chess, right?
yeah,
Like chess players, they don't like the morning
no.
game.
I mean, what time do the inmates in prisons get up? Of course, that's something I just don't know,
Yeah,
but probably
that's
early,
also true.
probably early in the morning, probably early in the morning. I just wouldn't know that, no. But
We'll
yeah,
know the results tomorrow of the women's finals, Mongolia, El Salvador. Yeah, but for now we know El Salvador, UAE. And I'm sure the El Salvador, the women's team, if they see how good the men are doing here, basically on their way to win, it could give some, I don't know, motivation.
sorry, I missed that. Sorry. Go ahead.
And the
Sorry.
women, El Salvador is also in the finals versus Mongolia.
Yes, yes. As far as I know, that was the pairings that were given to me. Yeah. Let me check. We don't really want to
And
be saying.
although Mongolia is, you know, powerhouse for the women's section, especially in this tournament, El Salvador, the men are winning their section. So I'm just thinking if the communication between, because they might be from the same country, but not necessarily from the same institutions.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. And also, but they may be in institutions with two different maybe the penal blocks, and maybe the coaches are the same. Maybe there's some chess culture. It's hard to say. But Mongolia are very good. Are very good. I was last year. I remember I was very impressed by the level of play of the Mongolia women. They were. I would say they were very superior to the rest of the teams. But yeah, El Salvador, I mean, they just crushed Emirates. Imagine they win the double
Yes,
like
pulling in India on
But
the
they've
chess
started the
board.
match. So let's go to the games.
So UAE is in a must-win situation. They
Yeah.
have to get some points on the board, otherwise it's just an immediate loss.
Exactly. As long as El Salvador can just get even just 1 point, it's match over. Of course, they'll fight on the four boards, but with 1 point, it's enough. So I've clocked into the first board where Emirates is playing with the white pieces, and yeah, a normal position. There's been an exchange of pawns, and white develops the bishop. So let's see, b5.
I like b5 here, yeah.
Remember that this guy was the fast one. This was
They
the
were
guy.
all the fast ones, weren't they?
First and third board
Hmm.
were the ones who were trying to keep over 10 minutes. And for the moment, he's still doing it.
Playing bullets in a rapid tournament.
But, you know, imagine, Charlize, that the El Salvador players can practice blitz chess, 3 minute chess. Just imagine they practice online, or maybe in the courtyard with a clock. They can practice, you know, fast chess, no? So
Yeah.
when they come and play the tournament, they're given 10 minutes, but I'm not so sure if it's easy for them to just change their manners and stop doing what they normally do and play slow. I mean,
Yeah.
it's easy for them. So
Maybe this is why we're seeing all these fast games, because they're used to given bullet or blitz, that's what they play with.
maybe that's what they play.
Or again, could be psychological that they're
Of course.
choosing.
So, do you think this is the El Salvador team? Or this is Emirates? Hard to say. Can you see what's behind them?
It is difficult to say, but
Is that Arabic? I think that's Arabic language, I think.
and the poster behind it.
I think.
Mm.
Yeah, I'd say this is Emirates. I can't be 100% sure, but this is probably Emirates.
Maybe if someone in the comments wants to like zoom in and figure out for us.
Oh, let's give a shout out to Yannick. I don't know if he's still watching, but
Yes, Yannick.
yes. Say hi to Yannick.
Yeah, Yannick, tell us who this team is.
Yeah, I'd say it looks more Emirates than El Salvador to me, and they're very focused. Each of them with their board. You see, they don't banter with each other, and actually,
Yeah, very focused.
I actually think that's one of the rules that they have to obey while they're playing. I think fair play suggests that they can't really talk to each other.
I thought so too, but I saw from our camera feeds and streams that I watched that there was a lot of communication in some. Like it was either nothing or a little bit more relaxed. So
But while the player was playing the game, did you notice that, or was it maybe two that finished? That's what I'm sure
I think
about.
it's about the delay, so maybe.
It's difficult to know, yeah.
Yeah, we have another angle here of the.
Yeah, this looks more like the El Salvador team, I'd say. Although it's hard to say for sure. Maybe from production they can confirm if the team with the yellow t-shirts is El Salvador or Emirates. It'd be good to know.
Salvador shirts are in yellow.
Fantastic. So that's confirmed then. This is
Is that like also chess uniform? I'm pretty sure I can see a chess piece on one of
maybe
these
that would
shirts.
be cool.
Yeah.
And you say they have more computers in this room. It's clearly a computer room. So yeah. So these guys are taking it seriously. They come
And
with
they
it.
have chess posters. You can tell there's definitely some kind of chess culture
Yeah.
on, which is amazing because that is what the Chess for Freedom project is trying to cultivate, this what chess can do. Not just with this tournament, we're having this every year, but throughout the year of chess is played in the prisons.
But Charlize, if a team can practice during the week a lot on their computers on chess.com, I would say they have quite a big advantage against other prisons that don't have that chance to practice so much because of the regulations of the prison. Of course, the level of the players is important as well. But unless someone goes to prison already as a chess master, it's unlikely they become a chess master inside the prison. So between players that are learning to play or improving in the prison, the possibility to play blitz games during the week and practice every day, that's a difference between. And you heard Dainis, what was it? He said it was difficult for them to practice. I mean,
yeah. But question for you on that note, what do you think would be more effective in terms of improving? If these players had access to computers and could play blitz whenever, or they only had over-the-board lessons with IMs and GMs, like once a week kind of a lesson or once every 2 weeks?
The best thing would be to have both, of course. But if I had to choose between one, if they can have the over-the-board lessons and also practice on their own boards, that could be enough. But if they can practice on the computer a lot, but they only get instruction and not much practice by themselves, for sure the computer. Most players learn more by practicing, making mistakes, and their own mind understands when they make mistakes. And most of the mistakes are corrected during the games. So the best practice is always playing. That's why players who are on the circuit, even though they might be weaker players than you, when you play against them, they beat you because they're playing every month, whereas we're doing the commentary. I
Yeah.
always thought that practice is very, very important. Actually, I sometimes have kids that want to study a lot and then they're not practicing. And in the end, what happens is they don't develop the skills of playing. They develop the knowledge, but not the skills. So I think, yeah, I go for
You
the
need
practice.
practical play
I'd go for
as
the practice,
well.
yes.
Mhm.
Apart from the fact that if they can practice on chess.com, they also have access to the lessons, to the tactics, to the
And
rest
the
of
game review,
the game
right?
reviews and all this. So
Mhm.
yeah. Okay, so let's go back. Oh, by the way, El Salvador already won on the first board. Unbelievable.
This is our bullet player.
Yeah, he won on the first board.
Wow.
Sorry, my mistake, my bad. I clicked on the fourth board of the previous match. No,
Okay. So we still have all the games going
my
here.
bad. But on the second board, which is this one, we do have a position which is very good for Emirates. This is real. The rest of the other three games are more or less equal. This is the only game which has a big difference.
And this is the game where they drew the previous first round, right? I see 0.5 out of 1 here.
Didn't they draw on? Yeah, they draw on the second board. Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah. So this was the draw.
Okay.
So, oh yeah, on the left is the that must be the score of the previous game. Yeah. So computer says that Black's doing very well here, probably just because he has the extra exchange and also an extra pawn.
And a very nice bishop on g7, just
Fantastic.
staring down the board.
Pawn takes. So what he really needs to do, if possible, is either push the B pawns and create another imbalance for the queen, or get this rook into play somehow.
Yeah,
So
but carefully as well to not
Very
allow the white queen to come in.
yeah, the good thing about the position for Black is that even if White tries to exchange queens to sort of reduce the pressure, it's quite easy for Black to put the bishop on d4, dominate the knight, and for example, now he can capture here, stick the bishop on d4, dominate the knight, and now at pleasure bring his rook into the game. And that's a very good practical decision.
Very nice plan.
Don't know if
Yeah.
he'll do it, but it's a very good practical decision. Did he do it? No, this is my moves. Let's see. He played a5, queen d3.
So you captured?
But I'm
No.
not sure if this is my
Let's
move.
do analysis. Maybe go to another game and come back.
I'll just refresh for a moment.
Yeah.
Okay, he's thinking of this move now. Yeah. Well, he played rook e8, so he wants the other player to exchange queens, which is also perfectly good. Yeah, El Salvador, as far as I can see in this game, I sense that Black is controlling very well, and unless he blunders big, Black will win this game nearly for sure.
Yeah, unless he blunders big. But we saw in the previous game that Black held his own.
By the way, third board. Let's jump to the third board because, again, Emirates with White seems to have a big advantage here.
Oh, beautiful knight on d6.
Let's take 5 points, 5 pawns each. As you said, the wonderful knight. And now what to do? Bring the knight back. Maybe capture the pawn on b7. Yeah, I think I'd probably capture the pawn. What do you think?
Yeah. Yeah, because I would want to keep my knight, but I suppose after capturing on b7, I just want to be cautious of trades because I think my knight is way better than the black bishop.
Yes.
Although now bishop takes c5, maybe.
That's why I didn't want to play knight f5, but the computer still thinks it's good. So maybe there is some tactic here related with getting the queen to this area combined with the exchange of rooks. For example, rook takes rook, queen takes, maybe rook to d1, and then try and get, oh, g5. Well, this is the computer move. I hadn't expected this one.
Okay, g5 makes sense. We want to bring our queen in.
Actually, very good. A very good move. I thought he might do something on the D file, but this is the best move, yeah. Kasparov once said that the knight on f5 was worth a queen.
Oh,
Yeah, this is, he said the knight on f5 is so strong in the attack that it's worth a queen. It's obviously an exaggeration, but he won many games
hmm.
on the attack with the knight on f5. So I do think that a strong knight on f5 on the attack is worth at least a pawn. So I always try to remember that when I'm trying to attack.
Yeah.
Sometimes you lose because you're a pawn down, but that's the theory at least. He said a queen.
In this case as well, I mean, this knight is beautiful in f5,
Super.
holding the threats of the king side. Never ever trade the knight for the bishop in a position like this. I get Black's idea, but is it enough?
He's going to hit this pawn on f2 now. And I think white, I think the white has to use one rook to protect. And then
Yeah,
the other
which is
rook,
not a nice move,
No,
but sometimes you just have to do what you have to
sometimes
do.
you have to do it. But I would have done it with the other rook because I thought that maybe
Yeah,
go to here. But
unless rook d.
no, but that's what you're saying. Maybe he wants to try the other rook to get to here. But you know, Charlize, oh,
Oh,
what's this? Did he give away his rook, or is this some sort of strategy?
does he want white to give up the good knight?
I wonder. I wonder if he did this on purpose. Give up the knights. There's no attack now, and now he can start pushing his pawns.
Well, now it's a little scary because black does have counterplay.
Yeah. It all depends now if white can get this idea going. Rook to d3 to push the g6 pawn. That would be very good. Let's see if he goes for that or moves his queen back and pushes the h pawn, which is another possibility. Let's see what he does. Queen g5. They're playing very well. I can clearly see why these two teams have ended up in the first place of the tournament.
I mean, you're giving international master plans here, and then next move they play that with the idea. So yeah,
But you can see
this
the way they defend, the way they coordinate. Even the other guy giving up the rook for the knights.
Yeah.
Sort of understanding that, okay, I'll be down on material, but hopefully I'll survive the attack and get my pawns going, no? Which is what might happen in the game.
Yeah.
That's quite impressive.
Okay, and white refused the trade of queens.
That's understandable. I think he understands that he has to go for the attack.
Yeah.
Oh, look what black's doing. He saw this idea here, but now I think that white, of course, if he plays rook to d3, queen to f5, this is a very good move.
Very nice.
Now either you
trade queens, but you add another pawn
to the
mix. Yeah.
And now what would happen? Now is it queen takes queen, or is it g6? I wonder.
What would you play?
Difficult to say. By the time I've decided, they'd already played. But I think I'd play queen takes queen, and then I need to get a rook to the attack. But the thing is, how? That's what I'm not seeing now. I was going to suggest rook to b1, because if I get to exchange the rooks, then I think I could win. But now, of course, if I exchange, captures. So I'm just not sure.
Yeah, now we trade, but I have to hold on to your pawn and stop it from pushing, because the bishop's just going to stand there and defend.
c5. I don't know. The computer still says that white's winning.
Scary now.
Very scary. Very scary. You know, Shirley, sometimes the computer gives a winning advantage, but then when you go to see the lines, there's only one line that wins and the rest of the lines loses.
Yeah.
But as I know the lines and I only see the Elval bar, it might make me think white is winning with any move. And it's not true. Maybe there's only one move that wins. But now, of course, Which
And imagine being wiped now. You've had this amazing attack, and now suddenly you're under attack.
but what to play now? G6? Maybe or rook A1? Maybe rook A1 is the moment now to play this move. King D3. Computer doesn't like this.
No, computer doesn't like this at all.
But why? King H7 maybe. Or C2. Maybe C2. It must be C2. So that the rook can't go to A1. It must be C2. Oh no, it isn't C2.
No, it doesn't like C2. Okay, so then maybe King H7, you were correct.
It was probably King H7. G6, okay. Of course, now there's an idea, which is to put the rook on H1 and go H7. And then when it goes to H8, G7.
Give up the pawn.
Yeah, if he gets that one in, then white will win. So that's the main idea now.
I think it's unstoppable now, though.
This is a good trick.
Ah, take my free bishop, why don't you?
Very good trick, yeah.
Time.
Now, actually, I would go H7 now. And if the king goes to the corner, you can actually capture the bishop. Let's see what he does.
Nice, yeah.
He should play king to G7, but let's see if he goes to the corner. He played king to G7. That was well played. But now rook H1. Now it's winning. Rook H1. Very well played by White. Very well played. Very well played.
White didn't panic. White kept cool, traded, simple chess. And now
I can tell you this is not a 1200 player. This is a player who is 1900, 1900, but still hasn't got that rating on chess.com. But this is a very serious, probably a club player before. Oh, this is a good trick as well. So many tricks here. It's not going to work, but it's nice.
Yeah, but I'm getting a check, right?
Yeah.
So
he could even play H8 check and then rook takes bishop check and then king D2. So there's so many different ways to win this position.
That feels like an overly complicated version, though. Yeah, just take the bishop. Nothing's happening.
He allows the queen, and that would probably mate in 2 or 3 moves, which is very, very well done. Yeah, H8. But you must make sure to click a queen now.
Yes, and you must be sure to be like careful with not giving up, not losing your queen.
Let's see how he does it now. So, yeah, queen H6 would just exchange the queens. Rook H6, then queen G6, and rook H4. That will lead to a mate, but it will take some time.
Oh, wow.
It should lead to a mate. Something like here, then here again, and then around this area.
Just kind of step down
the ladder. Yeah, should lead to
until
a
it's mate.
But we'll see. Oh, this is also very good. Now he can check here and pick up the queen. That was very nice as well.
Very nice. Yeah, that was better than.
That's even better. Then you think about everything.
Wow.
Charlize, I can tell you, if you and me were playing here, it would be very tricky.
It would not be easy. No. Kind of glad to be in the outside perspective.
Either do some sort of team when they do the world. We could do a team as well, and I'm not sure if we'd fare well. For sure.
How far we'll get, but
so very well played by Emirates in the third board. He wins the game. There's still 3 games left. Let's check the fourth board. Okay, so
this is just a win.
Let's just check the Salvador technique with the queen and the king. He'll win for sure, but it'll be interesting to see if the other player resigns, or I suppose now he'll force to the end because he needs it for the team. Let's see the technique here. Okay. I generally don't like when the king and the queen go together.
Yeah, we spoke about this last time. This is exactly what risks stalemate. So just use your queen, take the king to the side of the board. And
this morning we saw one this morning, and it was for king G3 is already bad technique here. So now I'm worried. But this morning he did it quite well. The player with the queen He played very well and won the game. Okay, king d3.
With the king method.
This morning it was a mixture, but at the end, the latter moves, he did it very well. He didn't go with the queen and the king like we saw. Look, this is well done. Very well done. Very nice. Very nice. So this is 1 point for El Salvador, 1 point for Emirates. We can now say that the match will be won. Has been won.
Just based on tie breaks, right? Like even if
It has been won by El Salvador because he got the point, and El Salvador needed the point. They had 3.5 before, but there's still 2 games live. So this is the second board.
Okay, so we have our youth and our men winner.
Yeah. Although there are 2 games still left, we can now confirm that El Salvador will win the men's competition. And of course, if this evening or tonight El Salvador wins in the women's section as well, then we'll have a double winner like the Olympiad.
Yeah. But our chief arbiter says that UAE is closer to winning this match, the second match.
Yes. So here, Emirates is clearly better, extra exchange, but always tricky with so few pawns. But I think he'll pull it off. And in the other game, the first board, here, this is an interesting position. Here.
Yeah.
Emirates against El Salvador. See, I'm not totally sure that Emirates will win this match either, because look at this position here. 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 5. So black does have an extra pawn. You could
What just happened with this D pawn? Can you go back just a few moves? Okay.
He had this position before. This one has gone downhill. He transferred the knight to h5 to put pressure on this pawn here. But unfortunately, well, now he could have played rook to f2. But he didn't. And now the d pawn is lost. Yeah. Yeah, I think he messed up there. And now the bishop will go to e7 and protect both of his weak pawns. And still, we can focus on the attack on the d3 pawn. Yeah, I think El Salvador will win this position as well. Okay, d4. Pawn takes. And now probably rook takes. At least that's what I would do, because I don't really want the rook to go to c6.
Yeah. And I want to keep my pawns together.
Now there is a check here on f4. What about this check? Okay, so now we pick up the rook. But the computer still says that black is winning because of the 2 passed pawns. So let's see how this one goes. Knight takes, rook takes. I think we'll have a special guest now, hopefully, at the end of the...
I think once we have the results here.
Fantastic. Fantastic. The games are nearly finished.
Yes.
Yeah, so now what can white do? He can give up the exchange on c5, but maybe that's his best chance, actually. Yeah, sometimes with rook endings, even 1 or 2 pawns down, you can swindle a draw. Something like this. Something like this.
Either knowing your rook endgame theory or hoping, a little bit more than your opponent.
Yeah. Sort of swindle a draw, maybe with a pawn. But I suspect that here, instead of capturing the pawn on e4, black can play b3 and then rook to b4. And this I would say is stronger and would probably lead to the win. If he spots this, of course. He needs to see this idea. So white played rook to e2. No giving back material. Black played bishop to d6 to put the bishop on e5. And now the exchange of rooks and bishop to e5. And now black is prepared. It's exactly the same as the other game we saw before. Prepared to push down the pawns.
Very well played.
So what's going to happen now? Let's see. Do we have time to sacrifice? Take, d6, king back, king here, king here, pawn here. No options of sacrificing here. Emirates played. That's a good move. Attacking the pawn. What would you do here, Charlize?
I'm pretty sure pushing, or maybe I'll first defend my pawn with bishop d4, but then d6. I don't know.
Bishop d6.
Bishop d6, yeah.
I
Makes-
thought of bishop d4, but I was a bit worried about the pawn. But bishop d6 is
Yeah.
the well played, well played.
Now I just,
Sorry, go ahead.
yeah. Well, now I'm saying now I just push my pawn b3, and these two pawns and the bishop will overwhelm the rook, surely.
Yes. He's going to try and put the rook here, but I think he'll be late. Okay, now I wonder if he can push the 2 pawns now. He normally 2 pawns on the 6th defeat the rook, and in this case they do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Could have pushed the pawn, but he didn't.
What did he play?
Played bishop to e5, and now we have to sacrifice the bishop for the pawn. But then on the 5th, I think it's a draw. Oh, but now he'll win. So I think maybe rook takes bishop was the move here. Rook takes bishop, pawn takes, and d7. And that might b2, d8, b1, queen to g8, checkmate. That would have been a fun variation.
Wow, how pretty.
But no. Now,
that's tough to see for both sides. Time pressure.
Take, queen, queen. Wow. Check. And now I think...
But now just perpetual.
He has to do a perpetual now, yeah. Check. Check. Yeah, this is going to be a perpetual in the end. Yeah.
As long as white keeps the time. Oh, wow.
A draw, a draw. Nicely done.
Wow, so just rook takes e5.
Yeah. Very difficult. They were very low on time. Very difficult.
Not easy, yeah.
A draw. This was a very entertaining game, the ending of the game. So the match is finished. We have 2.5, 1.5 for Emirates. So Emirates did win the match, but the overall score is...
oh no, we're going into playoffs. 2 more blitz matches will be played.
I don't think so.
Our chief arbiter.
But then my numbers are mistaken. I had 3.5 in the previous match.
Maybe it's not about the individual games. Oh wait, no. I see what you're saying.
Do we go to a tiebreak? And I made a mistake before, maybe then?
Let's get a confirmation. No,
Yes.
but it was a sweep. We witnessed the games, right? 3.5.
Unless one of the results was turned around for some reason. Here, clearly it's 2.5. 2.5 to 1.5 for Emirates. But this would give me 5-3 total score. So we need the confirmation of the arbiter.
Yeah.
The players have left their computers as well. No, but it's true. Neboja says that if UAE wins the match, you have to play 2 blitz matches. So
board 4 lost for UAE, board 3 won, board 2 won, and board 1
board 1 was a draw.
draw.
But I think
Okay, I guess
I was under the impression, Charlize, that the tiebreak was the match points, but it may well be possible that if each of the teams wins a match, they go straight to the tie breaks, not counting the match points, which is what I'm understanding now, at least from
the games this afternoon, you had playoffs with the women for 3rd place, right?
Yes, but this afternoon there was 2-2-2-2 in the matches.
Okay.
So
So
I
here, I guess it's different. El Salvador won the first match, UAE won the second. Now
So
they
they-
go.
So they go to tie breaks, yeah.
Okay, yes, we have our confirmation. Okay, this is going to be crazy now. This is
You'll
exciting
see
stuff.
now, 3-2. Now we'll really see the players who have been able to practice blitz games during the year.
Yes, and with the mouse to be making your moves. Yesterday, well, the day before yesterday, when we spoke to David from Ghana, they had the one kid playing on a
With a tablet, yeah.
tablet. But
Magic.
I think here we've seen everyone on computers.
Yes.
So this is exciting. And in the comments, we've got UAE and El Salvador supporters. So anything can happen.
So 3 + 2 seconds.
Hmm.
And yeah, so what I'm unsure about, okay, I can see the players already. The El Salvador team is sitting down. So I'm going to try and see if these matches are about to be started.
Yeah, these ones are going to go really quickly.
They
3
are
+
very
2.
quick. Let's keep this open here. I'm going to go back just for a moment to refresh. Men's finals. They haven't started yet as far as I can see, but they'll start any minute now for sure. So now they have to send a challenge, each of them. They have to send a challenge to, even that's determined in the rules. By the way, one of the things that I picked up from Baralik's conversation was that before the tournaments, even before the tournament started, they had to have multiple meetings with all the team captains. So we're talking about 115 prisons, Charlize. Okay, sometimes there's one captain for a prison with 3 or 4 teams, but even so, we're talking 60, 70, 80 captains from all different countries, different languages, different time zones. I mean, the preparation to do this is unbelievably complicated. To get everyone on the same page, they have to understand the rules, how to get the computers prepared, the fair play checks. It's a big thing. We only see the final part, the games, but the preparation, quite
The
impressive.
behind the scenes is a lot.
Yeah, quite impressive.
Just seeing the tip of the iceberg.
Okay, let's see if the games have started. Not yet.
Wow. Wonder what their nerves are like now going into this final. But a great comeback from UAE.
Yeah, as I said, I thought I was under the understanding that they had to, that it was the match points. And as you know, in most of the team tournaments, when the match points are the decider when there's a tie. But as this morning, both games finished 2-2. Well, we didn't have the opportunity to see, and the other matches were won by the same team. So, yep. Okay, now they're not starting.
The final.
They don't want to start. So let's see again. If you see them playing on their computers,
It looks like they are.
I'm gonna.
Oh, we're getting a clear view of their uniform, which is very nice.
But do you think they've started? Do they look that they've started?
No, actually. I think they're just kind of staring at the chessboards, waiting for the games to start. The one guy doesn't even have his hand on his mouse, so
No.
yeah, so we can start any moment now. But long day of chess, long 3 days of chess, exciting chess. It's been so great to be part of something like this that's life-changing for a lot of people.
I lost the sign here. I'm going to get back. Yeah, I would actually like to, here in Barcelona, I have a couple of friends who do the lessons in the local prisons, but I'm unsure if they participated this year. There was some Spanish teams, but I can tell you something, Charlize. One of them we met in a tournament a few days ago. They're starting. And they brought the inmates out of the prison to participate in the tournament, and then they took them back, and there were some policemen and the teachers. Of course, we're talking about inmates, low risk inmates, but they were actually able to go out of the prison, participate in the tournament, do their scores, and then go back, and it worked out well. So this is another. It's a way of getting them back into the day-to-day life and use chess as a purpose for their improvement. Okay, so here we go. This is the first board.
3+2, these games are going to go quickly.
I think this is the guy who went for
The same one.
So we'll stay here. But of course, look, if black plays here we call this variation the hippopotamus. I'm not sure how it's called do you know this is the hippopotamus variation?
No, the hippopotamus, I've never
Put
heard
the
of.
pawns on the second rank. And the idea is that the hippopotamus is very big, but in the mud. But then when he comes out, he's very aggressive. So that's why they call it that's why the hedgehog, which is another one.
Yeah, the hedgehog, I know.
You get your spines out, and that's why they call it the hippopotamus. So we'll see. I liked it, but
what just happened here? I feel like white just gave up the G pawn for really no reason.
it was either a sacrifice or I would say he just gave it up. Yeah, he misplayed. But someone told me years ago, if you're down a pawn, you're up a file for your rook. That was something that I always. But he said,
positivity.
Don't worry about losing a pawn because now you've got an extra file that your opponent doesn't have. No, so yeah. Look, you can see why. You can see why El Salvador is not very worried about that.
Yeah.
So now look, now he's threatening the pawn. So either knight g8 passive or knock off the knight. Which of the two?
I don't know if that passive. I think I would capture just because my bishop is so bad on h5. But
so now
at least black has counterplay on the queen side.
Yes. This time he's doing something. Yeah.
Very nice.
What would you do here? Would you close or would you capture? What would you do, Charlize? What's your preference?
Well, based on the fact that we're playing like on the flanks, I would naturally want to close the center.
Yep. He played bishop to e2. That's a funny one.
Yeah.
I didn't like that one very much because now
the C file's open.
Computer seems to think it's okay. So obviously it sees something we don't. But my intuition would have been to close the position with the white pieces. Okay, so what's going to happen now? 130 gets 237.
We've been seeing these crazy kingside attacks from white, but I think this is the first game where we're seeing the counter attack from black on the queen side.
Yes. Now the knight hitting here, and above all, trying to jump to this square here. But of course, when you're playing 3-2, the increment is so small that you could easily lose on time at any moment when you go down to the last 10 seconds. So they have to be very, very careful when they go low on time.
And I wonder if they have the pre-move setting set up. Because it's not automatic on chess.com.
It's not automatic?
No.
That's interesting. I think we'll see at some point. We'll notice that there's been a pre-move. But now that you say it, I don't think I've seen a pre-move in the tournament.
No.
Nearly all the moves go with 1 or 2 seconds, yeah.
Even if it's like an obvious capture.
Yeah, they take their time, yeah. Do you think maybe in the rules they don't allow the pre-move sitting? Would that be possible?
Or maybe it just hasn't been considered. Like I assumed that it was automatic. I learned the hard way that it's not. But so maybe this is a good point we can make for next year's championships to allow pre-move.
I actually thought it was on by default, but you say it's not on by default normally in chess.com. Interesting.
No. There's a setting you toggle.
Interesting. Okay, so again, this wonderful knight on f5, but at least this time the bishop has some scope of action, no?
Yeah.
Now it's transferring. I want to go to d5. I wonder.
But white's whole attack is gone.
Yeah, yeah. The computer considers that with the bishop, for example, on e5, black has a much better position here, which is interesting. So we do have the knight on d5. Also, black has how many? One, two extra pawns. Not one, two extra pawns. This is very good. Queen e5 now. Very well played.
Yeah, that is not an easy idea.
Very well played.
You just spot in blitz.
Charlize, 19 seconds. Now this is worrying.
He needs to play faster.
Very fast, yes, play.
Especially if you've played Queen E8, Queen E5 is your logical next move. Why are you thinking?
No, I think he's just slow on the mouse. He's slow on the mouse.
Oh, he's way too slow on the mouse.
As you said, if you play Queen E8, you should play Queen E5 practically automatically. He's slow on the mouse. Yeah, he's taking too much time.
Oh, this is so stressful. White just needs to hold it and not make any moves that are easy to play.
No big blunder, just rook e2 and hold. And maybe he'll win on time. Look, 2, 1. Yep.
Yeah. No.
Slow on the mouse. It's a pity. So, Salvador, the practice paid off. Okay, so
yeah, practice on the computer's paid.
That's one win. We have, hold on, this may be over because I think El Salvador has won on 3 boards and just one on the 4. No, it's been a 3-1 win. So 3 wins for El Salvador and 1 win for Emirates.
Wow.
And so let's get ready for the second bout. So again, if Emirates wins, we go to the Armageddon, or
yes, we'll go into Armageddon, which is crazy. I kind of want to see that, but also I don't, because the stress levels, not just for us but for the players. Obviously Armageddon, black just has to draw.
I think it's just 1 game Armageddon. I think I understood by the but it may be more. Okay, so let's see if they start.
So El Salvador already just has to tie next round.
They need 2 points, yeah. If you spot that they've started, no, they haven't started yet. There's still someone missing there, no? So I can't see the games.
Yeah, they're not at their tables. Water break.
Wow, 3-1. So not such a big win. In the first round, they won 3.5. But then Emirates won the second bout. So, yeah. Let's see.
So we're in the exact same situation, but with less time. And what we've noticed is the team El Salvador does play faster. So
yeah, I'd say that's
they have the advantage.
Yeah, that's clearly the case, yeah. As far as I see, the games haven't started yet. 3.5, 2.5, and 3-1. So last games of the tournament, 3 days, 150 prisons. Well, not last games, except for the match this evening. We can't forget about the women's match this evening.
Yes.
If any of the spectators of the live or someone who sees this video this afternoon wants to watch the women's games in the evening, they would have to connect at 2 a.m. CET, so Central European Summer Time, at 2 a.m. and connect to chess.com. And they can go to the events area where all the tournaments are and look for Chess for Freedom. And with a bit of luck, depending where they are in the world, they can see this match. I'm sure that there'll be Mongolian players and El Salvador players watching it, the match. That's for sure.
I'm sure I'll be watching as well. Like 2 a.m. it's late, but it's not too late. But it's late for commentary and it's late for doing things. But just watching chess, I think it's a
I'm not sure if I'm going to be awake at 2 a.m. Did you get up very early this morning, or what's your normal schedule, Charlize?
Recently, in between events, it's been like waking up at 8 a.m., which maybe is normal for some people, but to me, that's like basically 6 a.m. So
It's a bit early for you. Okay, okay.
yeah.
But of course, if you're jetting all over the world, then your time
Yeah, the
schedule
time zone difference and it's always out of whack. But
I normally get up when the first sun rays come in my window from the terrace. So normally at 6:37, that's when I awake. And if I'm fresh, I get up. And sometimes I just can't avoid getting my clock, putting
snooze.
the alarm clock for 8 o'clock and then going back to sleep again. But yeah, 2 o'clock in the morning is a bit if I'm at home, if I'm in events, then events, but at home, normally I'm at today, we'll see. If I'm still awake, I'll see the match, of course. That'll be
But
fun.
you've been up commentating on these games for like the whole day, so I'd be surprised if you
I'll probably end up seeing the game. Yeah, I'll probably end up. It all depends. If I'm able to keep myself awake, I'll see it, but we'll see. Okay, so the game starts.
started.
Yeah, so I thought I'd put the first board, but I might have chosen the second one by mistake. It does say B. B, C. Yes, they're mixed up here. So the first board is this one here. This is the player who launches his pawns up the board, and she does the same thing with the black pieces. So
I mean, here G4 is coming, but in this different case, at least black has the B7 bishop eyeing down the diagonal. But the light squared bishop going to A2, B1 is also something we've been seeing in a few games.
Yeah. Yeah, it would have been crazy for him to play G4. But did you see this tactic? This is quite nice.
Yeah.
Knight takes 2, D4 follow-up. He does open up the bishop here, but he opens his own bishop up, and this is very good for black. So a really nice trick by El Salvador. So just to recap, Emirates, to be able to tie, they need to win by 2.5. So as long as El Salvador does 2 points, that's enough.
Yeah.
So will they do the 2 points? What do you think?
Well, black is pushing here in this game, being the aggressor. Nice sneaky queen h4. Who wants to capture that h-pawn? White sees it, moves the king out of the pin.
That was a good one, yes. But now these 2 bishops are very dangerously near the king. The rook can come in. The knight may jump at some point here. I don't know. This is looking dangerous for, not lost, but definitely dangerous. Now I'd probably play rook to e8. That would be my move now. Let's see what black does. Rook to e8 and
I like rook e8. Yeah.
And then maybe the other rook to d8 to put pressure on the queen. Let's see what he does. Oh, I think I'd go for rook e8. The other games, El Salvador is doing well in one of them and badly in the other. So it's very open still, everything. What do you play? Knight to d5. Okay. Knight f3, queen f6.
Okay. I feel like black gave up a little bit of an advantage here.
Queen g5. Okay, going for the queen swap. Now we must be careful because if he swaps queens, this knight can infiltrate e3, and that could be dangerous. We'll see.
Would you trade queens in a position like this, also being in kind of a must-win situation?
I would. Yes, I would.
As white?
Yeah, as white, no, because first I need to win, and second, this infiltration is very dangerous. I would do that with white, but then again, Charlize, if the other player is attacking with the bishops and the queen, you might feel that your best chance to save the game is in the ending. So,
Yeah, remove the problem.
and also in Blitz, I mean, with 3 minutes, you're just sort of using your intuition. And
Yeah.
generally, if you're being attacked strong, going for the exchange of queens is generally a good idea, but it all depends on the position. Look, now Black's playing fast. He has the advantage and also the time advantage. Now on the other boards, Emirates seems to be doing well on board 2. Very well. Possibly even winning. Let's see. Yeah, probably winning. And on board 3, also Emirates is doing very well. So they're fighting. They're fighting. They need 2.5. Okay, knight to e2. That's okay. Now, for example, if white captures the bishop, we can take back with the pawn and keep this knight very active here on e3. I think that's what he'll do, but we'll see. He could capture with the rook as well. Let's see what he does. He captured with the pawn.
I like capturing the pawn. We have a nice outpost. The knight just stays there forever, especially because you have a light squared bishop.
Yep. This is a
And
good move. F6 is a good move.
I like that. Provocative.
Yep. Now he takes. You have to take back with the pawn. No alternative. And I wonder if he's going to push to d3. d3. How can he stop that pawn? d3, d2. So when this pawn gets to d3, we need to... this is an interesting move, stopping the pawn. Rook takes pawn. Now d3 is the threat. d3, d2.
Maybe... Oh, I
How do
can't
we-
even
King to
get
f2.
my rook in.
So now if he goes d3, we capture, 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 and d2, we just in time have bishop to b3. So he goes
Right.
back with the knights.
Even king e2.
And king e2, you're right, yeah. Or even rook d1 at the end he had as well.
Yeah, like there's so many ways to use
Had more
it.
than enough, yeah. So now we have to play a bit more carefully. Rook to d6.
Too many trades, I think. I don't know if I would
Oh,
have.
what about g4 now? He has knight to d6. Wow. Did you see that? Look at this.
Yes.
Look
Wow.
at why anyone would have done this here. But he comes here, and when you take
Only lethals.
off this one,
Very nice.
these are good players. Very
But
good.
white missed this idea too, I guess.
But now look at this. Where do you move the knight? El Salvador was playing super fast, and now he's going to drop the pawn on f7. Oh, but on the other boards where black was winning, now white is winning. So the games are going all over the place.
But which we said we're not really going to see in the final of the rapid games, sure. But now that Blitz, it's Blitz, emotions take over, stress takes over.
El Salvador already won the game on board 2.
And white has got black thinking now for like the first time.
Here
What
white should win this game. So Emirates would probably win this game. Let's stay here and see the technique.
Wow, they played that really quickly.
Bishop takes pawn. Yeah, I mean, this must be a win. He has
Yeah.
more than enough time here to win this game. And on the other boards, El Salvador should be winning. So I think it all depends on the fourth board. Because it will be 2-1. That would probably be enough. If he wins here. No, but here, Emirates.
This is UAE, yeah.
So it all depends on the third board, this one's winning. So,
I like how white handled this.
Did
All
you
the
see?
pawns are defended.
But instead of capturing the pawn on h6, he's going to the queen side now. That was funny.
A little unnecessary, but
Okay, so this one's going to be 1. So
then he gained some time back at least.
let's go
So
to
this is a win for UAE. El
This is-
Salvador already has a win, and the
this
other
is-
two boards are looking drawish.
exactly. So let's pop onto one of the other boards. This one here, for example. Look at this. An extra rook,
But the rook is nothing.
Yeah. the rook is trapped and the pawns could be strong. Come on, play g5 at some point. Get that rook out. Now g5.
What?
I don't know what's happening here.
What just happened? But
Are they gonna-
okay,
are they gonna
queen
draw?
d5. Why don't I just take the pawn? Maybe you
Yeah.
didn't see that.
What's black doing here? King
Oh,
a7.
black is getting the king out.
That's like the jigsaw. You know, when you move the pieces around,
Yes.
instead of playing g5,
To make the picture the pieces, yeah. But black handled that really well, I think.
yeah.
Besides queen d5, just giving up the f7 pawn,
Yeah.
the logical way is to bring the rook in, which
Yeah.
we the dummy rook. It's
Except
very,
for,
very nice.
except for that mistake, the rest has been perfect. And now
Yeah.
you can get the queen to, I'm not sure where. Maybe what's he doing? He could have captured the pawn on a5. I don't know what's happening here.
You're not interested in a pawns. He wants to get to the king.
Yeah, he wants to bring the queen here, I think.
I think he's also very wary of taking the queen out just for the perpetuals.
Because of the perpetual, yeah. Which I don't think there is. In these
No.
two checks, and then you have to stop. And then two checks again, and then stop. But they don't know this, so he just doesn't want that to happen. Okay, now he's going for the kill.
Smart.
And Emirates won this game. So we have the end, and now it's become 1, 2.
So Emirates won.
They won, so they draw it again. Now we
So
go
it's Armageddon.
It's crazy.
And look at this comeback, 3.5-half.
It's
This is crazy. One team wins like smoke show, and then the other team comes back even harder. So I guess we're doing Armageddon now. That's pretty interesting.
Let's try and confirm. Armageddon, 1 board or 4?
Yeah. And for those watching, Armageddon is the most intense form of chess where black just has to draw, really. White is given more time, and if black draws the game, then black takes the points.
Okay, we're waiting for confirmation. I did read the rules before, but some of the clauses were not completely clear to me. For example, I didn't notice where they said the match points and I did notice it said Armageddon, but I can't remember. I don't remember it saying 1 board or 4. So I'm going to check it while we're waiting here. I'm going to just check very quickly. I'm going to put Armageddon here and see what happens.
Yeah, Armageddon is very, very stressful time control. They've got whole tournaments now just based on Armageddon. I don't know if you've watched any of those before.
No, I haven't seen that before. Tournaments online, really?
Armageddon in person. It's I think the World Chess Armageddon Championships.
Wow.
Yeah. And then of course there's like Norway chess where also every classical game
yes,
that
I did know. Yes. Yeah.
So this is just a way in chess to make sure that someone goes home a winner and someone loses. So
it makes lots of sense. It makes lots of sense. I can't see the details in the of the finals in the rules. It's either here's something I can't find it, or depending on the schedules, they can use one system or the other. And also, when there's an Armageddon, sometimes it's Armageddon, such as like, for example, 6 minutes against 5, and the player with 6 needs to win, whereas the player with 5, the draw will give him the win. But sometimes they're doing an Armageddon where on move 60, 1 second increment kicks in. So they start off 6-5.
1 second.
Yeah, they did that in Baku, I think it was. So you would start off with 1 minute less, but the draw is still good for you. But of course, will you get to move 60 to get the increment? Now, if you get the increment on move 60, it's a big advantage to start off with a minute less, but having the draw.
Yeah.
Because if you get to move 60, then you have the same time. I mean, you get some extra time, no? But otherwise, I don't know, for you, I've never done an Armageddon match officially. So I've never had the chance to decide. But if you could decide, what would you do? Would you take the 6 minutes and the white pieces, or the 5 minutes and the black pieces? But a draw gives you the win.
Definitely black. I think
You would prefer the 2 results, yeah?
I would prefer 2 results, and you can just kind of lock it in, keep it. But what I've noticed in watching is that black, you would think that in Armageddon's there's a lot of draws for black to win, but I think because of maybe the psychological pressure or something, especially in Norway, noticed a lot of victories from black. So not just drawing, which is more than enough to like win. A lot of times black actually gets the full point, I guess, because white's just in a more stressful situation.
Overpresses to win and loses control, and black just mops up. Yeah. So maybe it's better to give it black also because of that. I suppose it depends. Some players might prefer white if they're very confident with white and their scoring with white is above average. But yeah, I think I take black as well. Apart from the fact that I'm not much better with black, so I play badly with both. So if you're going to play badly with both, I think black is better. Then at least if
you're going to play badly with one side, at least
if you get a draw, at least you win.
Have less to lose.
Yeah, for sure. I think black would be my choice. Okay, so.
But here, how is it going to work? It's going to be pretty interesting, and who chooses who is black? Now, there are a lot of regulations, but how often, you've been doing this for years, how often have we gotten to this point of tie breaks?
This is the first time I recall. I've done this for 3 years, but sometimes I haven't been in the final, so I don't know for sure. But as far as I can recall, I haven't seen Armageddon for sure. And tie breaks, I don't think either. Normally, one of the 2 teams has prevailed. One of the 2 teams has been better than the other in both matches. 3-1, 3-1, 3.5, 2.5, this sort of thing. But of course, if you count the board points, then El Salvador has been doing well in both matches. They would have won 5-3 in the first. And I think let's see, in the second they won 3-1 and lost 2.5. So they would have won also by board points in the Blitz. So if they lose in the Armageddon, it will be in accordance with rules, of course, but they will be, a bit disheartening for them to lose in the Armageddon, having won,
come so far
and won more points de facto in the. But yeah, we're waiting for the confirmation of the Armageddon.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can get some information here. Of course, now they have to do some sort of a raffle to see who plays with which color. That's one thing they have to do. And then one of the sides has to send to the other side a challenge, but I'm not totally sure. How do you send challenges on chess.com where one of the 2 has more time than the other? I'm not sure if you can do that. I think that has to be
set up an Armageddon challenge.
Is that possible in chess.com to send an Armageddon challenge? I don't think so, at least for a normal user. I can't remember having sent. Maybe it's there as an option, but I think these special ones are done by the manager of chess.com from inside. They prepare when there's special time controls, someone inside chess.com, I mean the technician is managing the tournament and prepares the match. So it might take a bit more time.
Yeah.
Let's just hope it appears on our screen.
Armageddon game is in progress.
In progress?
Yes.
Where is it, Michael? Where is it? I can't find it.
It's somewhere. And there won't be a lot of time, so...
I can't find it. I can't find it. I'm looking, but it's It's definitely not in the finals. That's for sure.
Maybe
So
I can
maybe
check
it's outside or they put it in somewhere else. Let's see.
on my side, men's finals.
Not
No,
in-
but maybe it is just an individual request that was sent.
How could we find it? Maybe then we have to just look for El Salvador C on chess.com. Let me try. El Salvador. Of course, which letter are they using for the match? Let's just try C. See if we're lucky. Is he playing?
It is okay, one player. That's a lot of pressure.
Not having luck. So I'm not. But do you know? Can you try and confirm which letter he's playing with? Is it El Salvador A, B, C, or D? And then I can look him up and see and find the board.
Based on the chairs, I would say it's either A or D.
Okay, so let's go for El Salvador A, which is the
Because
most.
all three chairs next to him are open. Okay, we have the one here. It's so cool seeing the footage of the players, and now it's just one lone player in the hall.
No games in progress. It says here.
Oh, we do have here. Click on watch.
Oh, I can't find. How do I?
No. Go click on watch, the red button. Now where you just were.
Sorry.
Profile you were just at. You had it there.
Oh yeah, I saw the watch there. Yeah, up here.
Yeah.
Is this it? But this is me. Oh no, now. We're here. I think it's this. I think
We made it.
we made it. So what are we playing with here then? But this is a normal game. 3. Oh no. So this must be when they say
5-4?
Armageddon, it must be 3-2, 3-2, but white must win. And they probably raffled the because the times are the same. They started with the same times, 3-2.
Okay, but since this is Armageddon, one game, black just needs to
But I
secure
wonder,
the draw.
Andre, can you capture my screen for the game? Let's see if they can capture the screen. So I mixed the. But I always understood Armageddon as a game where one player wins with black. That's true. But there were differences in times. You gave an extra bonus time to the player who had to play to win with white. But I think in this case, both started with 3-2. Anyway, we're at the end now. So they've only they're 2 minutes each, and we're already in a rook ending. So what do we have then? If white wins, he wins the match.
And white is doing very well here.
In the case of a draw, now he can swap rooks and go into a pawn ending. Wow, so this looks, maybe Emirates is going to take this one down.
I think it's happening because you just leave the G pawn as a decoy, take your king to the other side.
He needs to cross now. Oh, he's
Or
playing.
we keep it here. Black doesn't have any moves, so black has to move a pawn.
Yep. He could go for the mate then. He could go for the queen mate. Oh, yeah, he's in no stalemate here. Okay.
Wow. No, definitely no stalemate here.
So Emirates will take this down. Oh, so heartbreaking for the team of El Salvador. They did more points. They just lost the tournament. Okay.
Wow. Well, look at them celebrating in the window.
Yeah.
That's amazing. That
Because
happiness.
they
You
lost
just
more
won.
points before. Yeah. Congratulations to the Emirates who just won the men's
Oh, they're so happy. They're jumping up and down. I love it.
tournament.
Celebrations.
Like a football team, yeah. That's wonderful. That's nice. Now they with the flag, and now they do the flag. Of course, for the whole prison, this must be a festival now. They're a party. They can do.
Yeah.
They'll be lifted up in the courtyard. The champions of the world.
They
That's
are
so cool.
world
That's so cool.
championship champions of the Intercontinental.
Okay, so let's see how this is gonna play out now. That's so fun, so fun.
Wonderful. I wonder if they know the cameras there. They're just
They just
so happy. So that means UAE are the official champions of the 4th FIDE Intercontinental Chess Championships for prisoners, for the
They are
men,
the winners.
and
They
India
are-
for the youth.
They are the winners. They are deserved winners. India for the youth. And this evening we'll get the results of the women's encounter between El Salvador again and Mongolia. And now I think, Charlize, that we might have a promo, and hopefully we'll get the FIDE president with us.
Yes, so we have a promo video by the sheriff of the Cook County Sheriff's Office, who has been so instrumental in the Chess for Freedom project, and of course our championships.
Hi, I'm Cook County Sheriff Tom Dart. We may be the second largest sheriff's office in the United States, but we have the largest jail chess program in the nation and one of the largest in the world. This is the 100th anniversary of the International Chess Foundation, FIDE. We're very proud of our affiliation with FIDE, as the Cook County Jail hosted the first online international chess competition for incarcerated individuals in 2013. Over the last decade, scores of individuals in our custody have flocked to these competitions as a diversion from the incarceration experience. And as you might expect, the results are eye-opening. Studies show that chess is incredibly helpful in developing critical thinking, intellectual confidence, and fosters healthy camaraderie in young adults. Chess instills qualities such as patience, strategy, and critical thinking, which will serve these men well as they re-enter society looking to avoid the triggers that landed them in the criminal justice system in the first place. On another note, chess also teaches how to lose gracefully, something that we all need to learn. These skills collectively are essential for gaining self-respect. Self-respect is required if you are going to make headway in this world. Congratulations to FIDE on their milestone, and to our program's volunteers for offering a second chance, one move at a time.
So that concludes our tournament. Let's take a look at the results from today before we wrap up. So in the men's section, 3rd place, we have Serbia won. 2nd place, El Salvador, who just narrowly lost the championships to our 1st place winners, UAE. Amazing chess, Michael.
Very exciting, very nerve-wracking even, yeah.
Yeah, and we've got in the youth, 3rd place, India 3, 2nd place, Ecuador 1, and 1st place, India 1. So India really dominated the youth section this year.
And to wrap it up, we have the Romania, who were able to clinch the 3rd place this morning in the women's section. But we have to wait until this evening or tomorrow morning, depending where you live in the world,
yes,
to know the winner of the women's section, where Mongolia, the winners of last year, will face the women's team of El Salvador.
Yes.
Maybe they'll be able to get the win for their colleagues who've just narrowly lost. But Mongolia is very strong, so it will be exciting. And this will be at 2 a.m. CET this evening. And yeah, it's been exciting. Good guess, really good guess. And I've had a great time, Charlize.
I've had a great time too, Michael. We had some fun chess to watch today, good quality games as well. And yeah, an edge of your seats finals going all the way to Armageddon. Wow, witnessing that was amazing. But as you said, El Salvador women will be playing for 1st place against Mongolia, the strong winners from last year, but maybe El Salvador can get some vengeance with
We'll
their
see.
male counterparts.
We'll see.
But it's been great. Thank you for everything. Thank you to the arbiters as well, everyone who made this possible. Yeah, that's from my side.
Thanks, Charlize. It's been a pleasure for me to be with you here in the broadcast. Also, of course, Andrea in this morning, a wonderful job analyzing the games. Yesterday, we had, I mean, to have Christian Kirilla here with Anna Burtaso, I mean, this is excellent. And also Shorat was with us in the morning. So we've had a good time and the games have been very interesting. All our guests have been very special. I particularly enjoyed the interview with Dainis today from the lab here. And I mean, this is a tournament that just increases every year. So we'll see each other next year, hopefully, in the 5th edition of this tournament.
Thank you so much, Michael.